wizard. Okay. Did I miss anyone else? Yeah. Okay, I think we got everybody. Okay, we have 2 items on today's agenda. Transitioning Kalawao County to Maui County and Kalaupapa Memorial Monument. Since these 2 items are 7B presentations with no legislative action, we will jump straight into opening remarks and presentations before receiving testimony, and then followed by discussion. Okay, so the first item, transitioning Kalawao County to Maui County. In 2019, we made the effort to hold committee meetings in the district that the item was most related to, so that we could be in the community more and give folks in-person access. So mahalo to my colleagues for making the trek over to Molokai for this important legislation. And I hope to continue to provide these opportunities to our islands so that we are on Molokai more often for our community. While no votes will be taken today, the goal of today's meeting is to bring everyone together to make clear the intention and expectations of the Kalawao County transitioning into Maui County. Last February, this committee scheduled this item as its first ever agenda item on Granicus on our website. You'll find the first 5 items are from last February's meeting. The intention of last year's meeting was to provide background on Kalawao County, explain the roles and responsibilities of each of the departments that operate there, and to start the discussion on the transition. In the 2025 session, the Department of Health introduced SB 1432 and companion bill HB 1113, both of which are posted on today's agenda. SB 1432 was ushered through the Senate committees despite testimony from myself and the administration requesting a pause to get a better understanding on responsibilities and potential costs Maui County may be expected to assume with the transition. My office spent 2025 working on getting those questions answered so that our council and the administration could be better prepared to support the bills. On Granicus, you will find correspondence that provides information to those questions from the National Park Service and the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, as well as the current MOU with NPS from our Department of Fire. And we're still waiting on the Department of Police to transmit their MOUs with NPS. Representative Mahina Poipoi has confirmed that she plans to recall SB 1432 to be heard in the House's Water and Land Committee after crossover. And that's where it left off last session. And this will allow additional opportunity to gather community feedback prior to the hearing. She has proposed amendments to the bill that will extend the county's transition timeline to align with the Department of Health's 2-year transition period, as well as add language to allow Maui County to request funding to help offset transition-related costs. Additionally, she plans to suggest incorporating annual community meetings involving the Department of Health and other relevant agencies to provide updates on transition planning and activities, along with general updates on their respective kuleana in Kalawao County. Again, there is no legislative action plan for today, but we hope that all parties here take the opportunity to clarify any questions they may have on the record. Joining us for both agenda items today are Nancy Holman, Kalaupapa Superintendent, National Park Service, Nancy McPherson, Planner and Community Liaison, Department of Hawaiian Homelands, Planning Office, Ryan Kanakaole, Acting Chair, Department of Land and Natural Resources, and representatives from the State Department of Health, including Debbie Morikawa, Deputy Director, Health Resources Administration, and Dr. Diane Felton, Chief, Communicable Disease and Public Health Nursing Division, Baron Shan, Chief, Hansen's Disease Branch, and Michael Casey, Planner, Hansen's Disease Branch. As I mentioned earlier, we have online Managing Director Josiah Nishita and Public Affairs Director Mahina Martin. If there are no objections, I would like to designate the individuals just introduced, including our Managing Director and Public Affairs Director, as resource persons under Rule 18A of the Rules of the Council. Are there any objections?
No objections.
Mahalo, members. For the first agenda item, we will proceed in this order. Ms. McPherson, from the Department of Hawaiian Homelands with opening remarks, followed by Ms. Holman from NPS and Deputy Director Morikawa. And then I'll ask members to please save your questions until after we close public testimony. After we receive opening remarks from all the individuals I just listed, I'll open public testimony for everyone to speak to this item. I see McPherson on, Ms. McPherson on. Aloha, mahalo for joining us. Will you please proceed with your opening remarks?
Oh, sorry, e kalamai. Aloha kakao, kakao, Councilwoman Rollins Fernandez, KŌMIKE, Aloha ʻāINA members, staff, and community members. For the record, my name is Nancy McPherson. I'm a land use and environmental planner and the DHHL Planning Office. Mahalo for the opportunity to offer some comments today on behalf of DHHL. We did submit a letter yesterday afternoon responding to your KŌMIKE's request for information. And I won't recite that in its entirety here, but I'm just going to summarize and read the first 2 paragraphs, if that's okay. Excuse me. The State Department of Hawaiian Homelands takes our kuleana for the trust lands in Kalaupapa very seriously. The DHHL staff and administrators have been participating in multi-agency transition planning meetings since 2015. Based on past discussions with the National Park Service, the State Department of Land and Natural Resources, State Department of Health, and the County of Maui Mayor's Office regarding transitioning post-Department of Health, DHHL anticipates that very little, if anything, would change for the County of Maui from current responsibilities. NPS would continue to operate, maintain, and upgrade the electrical, water, wastewater, telecommunications, and transportation systems and facilities in the peninsula, and would assume all operations and maintenance responsibilities for structures and infrastructure upon the departure of Department of Health. DHHL relies on NPS compliance with the terms and conditions of General Lease 231 for management of DHHL lands in Kalaupapa, which contain most of the Kalaupapa settlement structures and infrastructure. NPS has site control over TMK 610101 in its entirety and is responsible for maintaining structures and facilities under its purview. As the remaining facilities and structures transition from DOH to NPS, DHHL will continue to meet monthly with both agencies to assist with coordination and communication so that the transition process can proceed in a logical and coherent manner. So we did concur with all the understandings about the extent of county responsibility, those first 4 items, and first 3 actually. And then the 4th item, which in the proposed legislation, the statement that the county will extend its authority to Kalawao County for activity within a special management area. We have to assert the Hawaiian Homes Commission's authority over land use and zoning on Hawaiian homelands. So per the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act of 1920 as amended, the Hawaiian Homes Commission has exclusive control over land use and zoning on Hawaiian homelands. And there's a citation there for a Hawaii State Supreme Court decision. When a statute or ordinance is clearly contrary to the interests of Native Hawaiian beneficiaries, it is in conflict with the Act and therefore of no effect. DHHL's current position is that projects on Hawaiian homelands within the SMA are not subject to county SMA and shoreline rules. DHHL is currently participating in a NOAA-funded project with the State Office of Planning and Sustainable Development to explore a pathway forward for clarifying DHHL's jurisdiction on Hawaiian homelands within the SMA and along the shoreline. We did express some concerns about the administration of the SMA and shoreline rules for topside Molokai relative to capacity and access and timing. and scheduling. And we also address environmental CZM concerns in environmental review processes such as HEPA and NEPA. And we work closely with the National Park Service on HRS Chapter 343, Chapter 205A, and Chapter 6E compliance, as well as NEPA and Section 106 compliance for all NPS projects on Hawaiian homelands. We also work closely with the State Department of Health on their environmental compliance projects. So what we would like to do is recommend that the DHHL Planning Office meet with the County of Maui Planning Department to discuss ideas on how to achieve our mutual aims by other means, such as a consultation process. In the past, proponents of projects in the SMA on Hawaiian homelands on Molokai have been advised to present information on their projects to the Molokai Planning Commission as a courtesy and to gather comments. This way, there can be transparency and public comment that can help improve the project without waiving or jeopardizing the jurisdiction of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. And we would support the proposals that there be regular meetings, regular updates to the county and to the community. I did send you a PowerPoint, but that was very last minute, so I apologize for that. But we are going to be updating the Molokai Island plan starting this spring, and we will be doing extensive beneficiary consultation specifically for Kalaupapa. We have beneficiaries who live and work in Kalaupapa, and we are doing consultation with them. We are hoping to make a trip down there with some members of the Kalaupapa Beneficiary Working Group in March or April, and then the Commission will be coming to Molokai in April for their annual Molokai meeting. So we'll be giving more updates and taking more beneficiary comments at that time. So we're hoping, so we do have land use designations for Kalaupapa, special district and community use in particular. We do have an area for commercial opportunity up in Pala'au State Park, which we would really like our beneficiaries to take advantage of, and that could complement activities in the peninsula. We do know that access and for traditional and customary practices is a concern of our beneficiaries. We want to improve our consultation with our beneficiaries regarding Kalaupapa, and we're really hoping that through this island plan update process, we can explore the alternatives and opportunities for access and beneficiary participation in activities and even, contracts and concessions down there, working with the National Park Service on that, of course. But, through that Molokai Island Plan update process, we can take another look at land use designations, et cetera. So that's our path forward. So 2026 is going to be a big year for us, for the planning office, and for the island plan update.
Mahalo, Ms. McPherson. And then we'll save questions for after testimony. Is that okay? Yeah, that was her opening remarks. Okay, and then I'll invite Ms. Holman to the stand. Oh, where's her mic? Oh, okay. To the testimony? Okay. Okay. Yes.
All right, good morning, my name. I don't think the mic, oh, there it is. I'm here today to represent the National Park Service and answer questions about management or operations or jurisdiction as it pertains to the county transfer.
Mahalo, Ms. Coleman. And then next online, we have Deputy Director Morikawa with any opening remarks.
Good morning, and I apologize. I don't know why my camera doesn't seem to be working. So let me just go ahead and get started. Our remarks are very short. I would like to thank you, Councilmember Kiani, for hosting this forum and for inviting the Department of Health to be here to hear everyone's perspectives and interests in the future of Kalaupapa. As we've been discussing, DOH introduced legislation last year to prepare for the eventual transition that would take place at the conclusion of our patient care responsibilities in Kalaupapa. The 2025 bill was developed through years of research, collaboration with the Kalaupapa community, consultation with involved governmental agencies, and engagement with members of the public interested in Kalaupapa's future. We talked about the Senate bill and the House bill that was introduced last year, and we're pleased that Representative Poi Poi is planning to reintroduce the bill. But for us, what's most critical is that the bill, really, whether it passes or not, it really does not change the Department of Health's role, which is the winding down of the operations after the last patient is passed. All of that will not change. We do need the legislation to authorize some of the changes to occur, but for the most part, our pulling out after the last patient passes will continue regardless of this legislation. What's more critical is the issue of the shaping of the future of Kalawao County in a way that reflects community voices and interests and preserves the history and legacy of the people who live there. The intent of introducing the legislation last year was really to create an opportunity for open, transparent discussion and to encourage the dialogue to begin sooner rather than later. And we're really pleased that everyone is coming to the table to hear and hopefully collaborate on the future of Kalawao County. We had hoped that this process would provide the forum for community members to share the wishes and perspectives on the future. And we hope that that will continue that process today. Thank you again to Council, sorry, I have a cold as well. Thank you again to Councilmember Kiani for hosting this forum and providing this opportunity. And we appreciate for you including us in that process. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Deputy Director Morikawa. Okay, that concludes our opening remarks. So we'll proceed with public testimony. Testifiers wanting to provide testimony should sign up in the back of the community center, join the online meeting via the tiny URL link to connect to the Zoom meeting, or call in to the phone number and enter the meeting code noted on today's agenda. Written testimony can be submitted via e-comment link at mauicounty.us/agendas. For individuals wishing to testify via Zoom, please use the raise hand function by clicking on the raise your hand button at the bottom bar. Staff will ask you to enable your microphone and video prior to your turn to testify. You can unmute yourself when you are called upon by clicking on the microphone and camera buttons in the lower left portion of the screen. For those calling in, please follow the prompts via phone, press *9 to raise your hand. And when it's your turn to testify, press *6 to unmute. Staff will add names to the testifier list in the order testifiers sign up or raise their hands. For those on Zoom, staff will lower your hand once your name is added. I will then call the name you're logged in under or the last 4 digits of your phone number when it's your turn to testify. Please ensure your name appears in Zoom as the name you would prefer to be referred to or as anonymous if you wish to testify anonymously. If you're in person, please notify staff that you would like to testify anonymously. Otherwise, please state your name for the record at the beginning of your testimony. Oral testimony is limited to 3 minutes. Staff has been monitoring individuals joining today's meeting by phone and by video, and we will do our best to take each person up in an orderly fashion. I will call the first testifier that I have, and that is DeGray Vanderbilt, followed by Lori Buchanan.
Am I on? No, and members of the committee, my name is DeGray Vanderbilt. I'm testifying as an individual, but I'm a board member of Ka'ohana Kalapapa. I lived on Molokai for 33 years and was at one time former chair of the Molokai Planning Commission. I just had a couple of comments. There was, with regard to Kalawao County becoming part of Maui County, that's an issue that's come up, but it has had very little, if no discussion, on the details involved in that. And there's a lot of concerns and costs, and this is a Molokai issue. It's going to need a lot more conversations up here. One of the things that's really come to light recently is DHHL, I guess, has authorized national parks to start requiring special permits to even use the roads at Kalapapa. And I'm having a hard time understanding that, because in the cooperative agreement that NPS has with DOH and even DLNR and Kalawao, it says that subject to applicable approval of the State of Hawaii Director of Health, the National Park Service and the public shall have the right of access at reasonable times to public portions of the property for interpretive and other program management purposes. We've asked both NPS, we've asked DOH, this is in your cooperative agreement. What does that mean? We already have access. National Park has access, and so does the public if the director says so. So that's just something that needs to be ironed out, because it seems kind of the roads are a real big issue down there. They're not up to county standards. If somebody gets killed on a non-standard road, it's a real problem. But anyway,
You can have 1 minute to conclude.
1 minute, okay. And then the other thing is the state historical area. We have no idea who proposed that. It doesn't seem like that's something that DOH would have come up with. And there's been no discussion of the pros and cons of how it affects other things that are going on down there. So there needs to be a lot of discussion on that. And as far as the overall transition, we really, over the last year, have had no community meetings with regard to the transition. It's all continued to be between the transition team of government agencies. And I really think that's got to change. And that's something that Kiani brought up, I think, that's in Senate Bill 1432. We can't understand why after 20 years of talking about transition,
Sorry.
Ka'ohana or the topside community have not been included, and hopefully that'll change. So thank you very much.
Mahalo. Members, any questions for our testifier? Member Paulton. Great. Mr. Vanderbilt, we have a question for you.
Yes.
I understand there's not enough community meetings and discussion of the details, but overall, are you supportive of Kalawao County becoming a part of Maui County?
there hasn't been any discussion since last year, any community meetings. There was Senate Bill 1432, there was discussion, but as far as any meetings in Topside or having them involved in any meetings for specific discussions, there's been nothing on this whole transition process.
You don't know yet if you want it to transition or you do want it to transition, or you don't?
I have no idea. I don't know the pros and the cons, but I think it's something that just needs a lot of discussion and details and liabilities and benefits and whatever.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Members, any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you again for your testimony. The next individual signed up to testify is Lori Buchanan, followed by Mark Aquino.
Aloha, Honorable County Council members, online Chair Lee, love you. Best county council in all of the state of Hawaii. I've been saying that all the time because it's true. So am I in support of this? Hell yeah. And the reason is really extensive. I've been involved in Kalaupapa planning for, I would say, half of my life, more than 25 years. I started way back, and I was involved in Kalaupapa. Let's not forget that the National Park Service managed Kalaupapa for 40 years without a general management plan. And then when the general management plan finally came about and they had to do one, let's not forget that under the Trump administration, then Department of Interior leader Zinke stopped the general plan in its tracks. Boom, ended it, cut all public and community input. From that time to now, it's been nothing but problematic. Why am I supporting my beloved county council members who work so damn hard to protect my community and provide services all the time? Is because there's currently no oversight. I heard, with respect, humbly, Nancy McPherson from the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. I took notes while she was telling you what was in the letter that nobody has seen. And I circled a few things that she said. First thing was little change. They expect little change to occur. And to that I say, OMG, because if we go with status quo, there's consistent no transparency, there's poor leadership, and I would say very poor oversight from the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, which is a landowner, which is me, the beneficiary, which is most of the people in this room are all beneficiaries. Poor planning. The National Park Service has done very, very poor communication. Forgiving COVID, of course, but this was pre-COVID, and it has continued to today while I stand here. So I really give a lot of credit to Maui County and to my councilwoman for trying to bring this issue up, because I feel like I've been in a bubble jumping up and down saying I want to be included in what happens to Kalaupapa. There's so much iwi kupuna. It is really, really, I don't know how to say this without being disrespectful, but it is a giant cemetery. And everywhere you're going to go in Makanalua you're going to have iwi kupuna. And so there needs to be, I like when DHHL said, hey, we get special designations. We can do land use, we have special district and all of that. But what concerns me is saying that there are exempt from coastal zone management rules. There is no SMA in Kalaupapa. That became problematic. Do I have 1 minute to wrap? That became apparent when the airport wanted to do airport improvements. Everything got punted to the Office of Planning, the State Office of Planning. The State Office of Planning had zero comments in the environmental assessments and the environmental impact studies that came when the military wanted to increase 1,300% of training in Kalaupapa. When they wanted to dredge the pristine harbor at Kalaupapa because they wanted to bring in barges. And I can go on and on, but I have to wrap. So there is no oversight without coastal zone. Chapter 205A, chapter 343 has been very minimal to none. So do I want my county council to help me provide oversight? You better believe it. And thank you. I appreciate you guys all coming. Thank you, Chair Lee, and everybody online. Mahalo.
Perfect timing. I didn't get to ask about questions. Ms. Buchanan, members, if there are no objections, I would like to designate Ms. Buchanan as a resource to the committee due to her extensive experience in working on Kalaupapa, as well as a beneficiary of DHHL. Are there any objections?
No objections.
At this time, are there any clarifying questions? If not, we'll hold those questions until such time that we close public testimony. Okay, mahalo. Our next testifier is Mark Aquino, followed by Philip Kikukawa.
Aloha kakayaka and good morning, everybody. I was blessed to have the opportunity to go down to Kalaupapa as a junior in high school for MIPO, for earth restoration, and also for, you know, the church, the Catholic Church, when they had the canonization of Saint Damien. For me, you know, I had the opportunity of meeting Uncle Boogie, and, you know, like, one thing that resonated to me is like, Uncle Boogie always said, visit us when we're still alive. You know, he wants his olelo no iao and mo'olelos be told. And, you know, for me, I don't want to visit Kalaupapa as a cemetery. I'd like to see people, like their families, and, you know, of course, you know, people with, you know, kuleana lands in the back valleys and homestead, you know, like those beneficiaries. I don't have Hawaiian. I will not qualify for Hawaiian homestead, and I will not debate that. But I would like to see a community where they take care of that place and you know, and actually, you know, opportunity for, you know, community activities like a makahiki down there or something. And also, you know, for subsistence and fishing and, you know, restoration of the lo'is in the valley. Like, I don't want to see that place turn into, you know, when I go to Halaba, I give the people credit there. Like, I love that place. It really has the mana, and so is Kalaupapa. So no matter where it goes, like if it goes back to Maui County or stays Kalawao and, you know, we join Kalawao County, I'd like to see the same community spirit, and, you know, we can all win together. Because, you know, we might not be an island of tourism, but yeah, like we need to be visited too. That way all our stories, even especially the guys in Kalaupapa, be told. Mahalo, nui loa.
Mahalo, Mr. Aquino. Members, any questions for our testifier? Okay, seeing none. Thank you so much for your testimony. Our next testifier is Philip Kikukawa, followed by Sherilyn Kamakana.
Hello, thanks for having me. Kalaupapa is very special to me. My sister's a Franciscan nun, and all her sisters are my sisters. First time I went to Kalaupapa, well, not the first time, but I went down there and spent the day with Bishop Fulton Sheen, and he said Mass, and all the different congregations got together and formed a mutual choir. I can't even talk. It's so heavy. But, so Kalaupapa is very, very special to me. And when I hear stuff about commercial activity up at Pala'au Park, even that, I go, what the F? And I'm sure every Molokai person here feels the same way. We see what's happening topside, so many more homes coming up, more boats in the water that are not longtime Molokai residents, stuff like that just gets to me. And so Kalaupapa is a very special place and a very special place in my heart. Number one, I guess it goes over to the county. I hope that there is a limit on visitors that are allowed to Kalaupapa. And I think maybe 50% of the visitors should be Hawaiian residents. They have first priority. Maybe it's through a lottery system. I think it should be ecotourism. So bike tours would be perfect down there. And I know just a person. Overnight accommodations should remain the same. No more overnight accommodations built. The Wilcox and the visitors' headquarters are plenty. So keep overnight visitors limited to, like, I would say 10 people or something. And no new concessions, no food concessions. If you're gonna stay down there, the way it is now, you bring your own food. So no additional buildings. And I think we should get the consensus or whatever the wishes of the patients, the remaining patients and the families of patients. I think their manao should be taken very seriously. I want to thank DeGray for his hard work in developing a memorial there. It's been 20-something years for him. And I met with him and our representative, and it's a long journey and he's worked hard. So I hope that if it goes under the County of Maui, they can fastball the permits and whatever is needed to create the memorial with all the patients' name, everybody who died there on the memorial. And I've seen his plans. It reminds me of the Vietnam Memorial. Something is very special. To keep Kalaupapa the way it is, it's always been a hospice, right? People went there to die. It's a hospice. And I would love to see it remain a hospice. Have medical facilities down there, priority to Hawaiians, Hawaiian homeland, right?
3 minutes.
Priority to Hawaiians. And people go down there to spend their last few years, last few months, last few weeks with the current accommodations, Wilcox and the visitors' quarters, for families to come down and stay. And we could employ medical people, food service people, whoever, to keep it a hospice. And that's the way it is now. I would love to see it remain a hospice. And I guess that's it. Thank you very much.
Mahalo, Mr. Kikukawa. Members, any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, well, thank you for your testimony. Our next testifier is Sherilyn Kamakana, followed by Dita Ramler.
Aloha Chair, Council members. My name is Sherilyn Rollins Kamakana. I'm a Ho'olehua homesteader. I just came about this about a few weeks ago, learning about the situation with Kalaupapa. I disagree with the decisions. I would love for it to go back to our homesteaders. I would love for it to be a place where our kupunas could go and relax and live the rest of their lives out there. I would love for it to be given back to their own children, beneficiaries. I would also love for it to just remain simple. I honestly believe that if we allow this to happen, I think our ocean, water, everything there that is so crisp, clear, and beautiful will be destroyed. I would love for it to be Molokai County instead of Maui County. E kalamai, give it back to our own, make it Molokai County if possible. If we're gonna fight for it, fight for that. I truly appreciate all the work you guys are doing. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Oh, one question for you. Member Bolton.
Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to clarify the decision that you disagree with is to make Kalawao County part of Maui County. You said you disagree with the decision.
I would love for it. I mean,
what was the decision that you disagree with?
I understand, yes, Maui County. I would rather it be Molokai County instead of Maui County. But if it comes to that situation, then I am full support.
So the first choice is Molokai County.
Yes.
And then if God,
Keep
the
it for
second
Molokai.
choice would be Maui County, or second choice would be stay Kalawao County.
Aole. Maui County is fine.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I have one question. No?
Ms. Rollins Fernandez.
Ms.
ma'am.
Rollins Kamakana. Okay, so last year I held town hall meeting, and folks did express wanting it to be Molokai County. And I'm supportive of that, but it doesn't happen magically. It has to be done through statute.
Yes.
And there would have to be lots of discussion on how that governance would look.
Right.
So would you, or do you know others that would want to do that work to establish a Molokai County?
I would love to be a part of it. I would love to be a part of it. Absolutely.
Okay, that's all. Okay, mahalo.
Thank you.
Our next testifier is Dita Ramler, followed by Sybil Lopez.
Aloha mai kaupuni. Aloha mai. My family name on my mother's side is Ahuna. She was Ilani Ahuna, and my grandfather is Moses Ahuna. My deepest wish is that my Auntie Rose Ahuna's name will be written somewhere at Kalaupapa, but her grave is unmarked. Our family knows that she's buried there among the 8,000, but only 1,000 have markers. My grandfather and my auntie knew about one of our relatives being sent to Kalaupapa, but because there was a stigma attached at that time, it was only spoken about in hushed tones, if at all. It needs to be brought to light now. A link remains. We have at least 4 Rose Ahunas in our family. One of them is my Auntie Lay, Sister Rosanette Ahuna, a Franciscan sister who lived at Kalaupapa for a few years caring for the Bishop home and the Catholic Church there. I was able to visit there and stayed at the Bishop home, and I felt a very strong connection. We know for sure that one Rose Ahuna died at Bishop home for girls in 1912 and was buried at Kahaloko Cemetery on the way to Kalawao, as is stated on her death certificate. Our family has a tradition of honoring our members with flowers and prayers, as many families do. They are alive in our hearts. It is not only for us, but for our mo'opuna to remember them. A memorial would be a place where we can go to touch their names and leave our prayers and aloha. They cannot be forgotten. They are our ohana. If we could see their names on the memorial, it would be a way to remember them and to honor what they went through, their courage, and to connect and to heal a broken link. I speak for those families with unmarked graves that need a place to touch the name of their loved ones and leave prayers to remember, to heal, and to share aloha. When I went there recently and at other times over the years, I felt Rose calling to me. Please allow us a place to give remembrance and aloha to our ohana. It is a true plea from the Ahuna Ohana and all the other families who need a place to know that their family members are being honored. Mahalo nui for listening. Aloha no.
Mahalo, Ms. Ramler. We see no questions. So, and then members, I'm aware that the testifier testified on the second agenda item, but I figured I'd just let her complete it. And just a reminder to everyone, it's okay, that the first agenda item is the transition of Kalawao County to Maui County. And then after we finish this agenda item, we'll take up the Kalaupapa Memorial. Okay, and then we have a clarifying question from Member Poulton.
I just was wondering of the 7,000 unmarked graves. Do we know their names?
Well, that's what the Ohana o Kalaupapa has been doing, gathering names and trying to connect family members. And they've been working very hard, tirelessly working on that. So many of, I think, Valerie Monson has, Andy Gray and others were able to do a lot of research, and the names are being gathered.
Mahalo, Ms. Ramler. When we take up, members, when we take up the next item, I have Ms. Monson that will be providing a presentation so that you all have a background on the memorial. But at this time, we're on the Kalawao County, and we'll take up that second item after this item. Mahalo, Ms. Ramler.
Mahalo.
Our next testifier is Sybil Lopez, followed by Walter Ritty. Wait, one moment. Okay, start again.
Okay, my time went start now. Okay, aloha mai kako. Mahalo, county council members. It's an honor that you guys are here on Molokai. So thank you guys for making the Mokulele flight here and spending the day with us. So I really appreciate it. But I'm Sybil Lopez. I'm actually here on my own behalf. I am not on any county official matter. I am here on my own. I had to take leave just to come here to talk story with you guys for 3 minutes. And so as a fourth generation homesteader of Ho'olehua, my great-grandmother came and their first homestead was up in Ho'olehua. We came originally from Ka'ua'ula Valley in Lahaina. And so as a fourth generation homesteader, the Sovereign Council of the Hawaiian Homestead Association's Molokai Mokupuni director, it's a statewide organization with 28,000 people on the wait list, 10,000 people on the land, and all of its successors. I am one of that successor. As a successor, we've been advocating for our beneficiaries to be heard, to be visible, and to be here and to be seen. And for the record, I'm personally talking about myself. I do not want this bill. We've been working tirelessly and effortlessly with the department. Thank you, Nancy, for your opening remarks regarding oversight. So thank you, Auntie Laurie, for pointing that out because it's been troublesome. And I encourage the County of Maui to please take care of top side first because our biggest problem on this side is enforcement. And so if we cannot do our job on this side, we have to do a better job on that side. So first and foremost, please take care of this side before you even considering Kalawao County. And because Kalawao County is already as a placeholder as a county, I totally agree with Ms. Rollins Kamakana to create that Molokai County. And so working through the Department of Hawaiian Homelands as a beneficiary, we would like to see Kalawao County be our own. And we've been like I said, we've been working tirelessly and effortlessly. Thank you to Nancy for getting the grant with OPSD to find multi-jurisdictional opportunities and to solve those issues that we currently have on both sides of the island. So I just want to keep them short. Thank you. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Ms. Lopez. Any questions for our testifier? Okay, seeing none. Member Bolton said that was clear. Mahalo. Our next testifier is Walter Ritty, followed by Kahekili Pakala.
Aloha, my name is Walter Ritty, and mahalo for what you guys are setting up today. It's a really complicated issue, and I don't understand exactly where we're at on this issue, but I'm glad that we have at least a chance to say something. So, like a lot of other people here on Molokai, my long-term goal is to have our own county called Molokai County. And people my whole generation people have been making us scared that we cannot afford to be our own county, that we're not going to economically be successful. But they're all wrong, and we're ready to prove them all wrong. So I don't know what that process is going to be, but this is, for me, this is at least the first good step for us to talk to each other. And I'd like to say some of my concerns. I'm very concerned that historically there were families living in Kalaupapa, and they all had to be forced to move out. And I'd like to make sure that we recognize these families and see if we can bring them back to the lands that they once had. I'm very concerned about what's going to happen to Waikolu Valley. That valley has tremendous amount of taro patches and water sources that is very valuable to the island of Molokai. And I don't understand what's going to happen to that valley. I'm very concerned about the national park. They made things full on complicated for us on Molokai about who's in control of what and how are they relating to Hawaiian homes and how come we cannot go back to our lands and Hawaiian homes. I applied for Hawaiian homes a long time ago and I got turned down. And then the park came and we said, well, how come you're gonna give the lands to the park? And they said, because nobody applied for Hawaiian homes. So it was free for the park to come in. So that was the old days shenanigans that was going on. And then now today is really worse because we have a crazy president and we don't know what the hell he's gonna do with these parks. So I don't have a really fond support or memories about this park and how it's gonna be beneficial to us on Molokai. But I'm really supportive of the idea that this is Hawaiian homelands, and in the future, we need to be our own county, and homesteaders need to be down at Kalaupapa. Thank you.
Mahalo, Mr. Riddy. Seeing no questions for you, we thank you for your testimony. Our next testifier is Kahekili Pa'akala, followed by Carol Lee Kamikona.
Can you see me or let me move them? Good enough, huh?
Good. Go ahead.
Aloha County Council members. My name is Kahekili Pa'akala. I am also a homesteader, and I am also speaking on behalf of not just myself, but my homestead association, which is Kapa'akea Hawaiian Homestead Association. We too would like to oppose our whole island becoming Maui County. I'd like to add on to what Sybil and Uncle Walter said. We'd like to have our own county here because Molokai is unique in its own way. I'm sure most of the people here know that. We have a deep Hawaiian, I don't know, just get a lot of mana on this island, and there's a reason for it. If you think about it, where was hula created? On Molokai. Yeah, where was the Makahiki games played? On Molokai. Where was War Forbidden? On Molokai. All these things, there's a reason why. Because where was DHHL created and started off? On Molokai. All because, like Jonah Kuhio, he had a vision of how Molokai could be the example of what a sustainable lifestyle in Hawaii looks like, yeah? I don't know if you all know, but you ever heard of the Ahupua'a system? Or the Ahupua'a system is a land division that Hawaiians would use to boundary their different districts, and it would go from mountain to ocean. So everything from the mountain down to the ocean they would take care of together as a community to make life sustainable here on an island in the middle of the Pacific, yeah? So I oppose the bill to become Maui County because there's a lot of things that happen on Maui that is good for Maui, but that doesn't necessarily benefit us here. So that's my reasoning. And then Bombay, I'm going to testify again on the next agenda item. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Mr. Pa'akala. Seeing no questions, well, thank you for your testimony on this first item. The next testifier is Carol Lee Kamikona, followed by Yama Kaholoa.
Aloha kakayakaya ko kako ko ino o karali kamikona. Aloha mai. As a disclaimer, I am here on my own behalf, testifying as an individual. I would like to first say that I mahalo Valerie and DeGray and all the hard work that they have done to gather the names of all our kupuna who have been sent to Kalaupapa. Uncle Boogie and Auntie Pauline are my ohana. I've been to Kalaupapa many a time with Kalaupapa ohana. I was a part of Kalaupapa ohana.
Sorry, are you testifying on the first item? The transition of Kalawao County?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
So because of all the kupuna that were there, because of the eha that existed there, it is a special place. I want it to stay as Kalawao County. If Molokai would like it to be Molokai County, I wholeheartedly agree. With the last testifier and with what Auntie Lori said, there needs to be oversight. I do not agree with what the National Parks has been doing, and I would like to see it come back because DHHL has a good portion of the ʻāINA there. It needs to come back to our beneficiaries. It needs to be where it belongs, with the people. So if Molokaʻians want it to be a Molokai County, I'm in total support of that. So mahalo.
Mahalo, Ms. Kamikona. We have a question for you from Member Paulton.
In the oversight that you were saying that it needs, what is the entity that you think should be providing that oversight?
I understand the bureaucratic red tape that it would take for Molokai or Kalawao County to be its own entity. I would like to see some kind of special board attached to Maui County Council that does allow it to have its own authority in ruling what goes on, any decisions with regards to what happens in Kalawao or Molokai County be held and done by individuals that represent Molokai County as part of Maui County, if that makes sense. Kalamai. Is that understood, Councilmember Paulton?
Yeah, just one follow-up clarifying, is you're envisioning this to be elected or appointed?
Elected.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mahalo, Ms. Kamikona.
Aye.
Okay, seeing no other questions, well, thank you for your testimony. Our next testifier is Yama Koholoa, followed by Halonake Kaupuiki.
Aloha. Kalamai, I cannot hear too good, so I didn't hear everything what everybody said, but I could feel their spirit. I'm here to testify in behalf of my 7 children, my 35 grandchildren, and my 30 great-grandchildren, who are all Hawaiians. Okay, I am a 3/4 blood Hawaiian. Okay, I live on homestead in Ho'olekua. Okay, I'm here to testify, and I do have very high respect and love for all those that Hansen had contacted with Hansen disease in Kalapapa. I love all those people that were down there, Brother Boogie, Sister Bell, and many more, Sister Kaona. I used to run down to Kalapapa every Sunday with white shirt and tie to conduct the Mormon church for the members in Kalapapa. I've been doing it all the way till they shut everything down. Okay? So I have come to have a close relationship with those beautiful spirits down there. I'm here today to speak in behalf of all my posterity who are Hawaiian, who has Hawaiian blood, that I personally believe, and I'm here to speak only on Hawaiian homeland. Okay? And if I may ask, is there anyone here present here that is from Hawaiian Home Department? Can I have a raise of hand? You, oh, okay.
Oh, no, sorry.
It's on the computer,
wonderful.
on the computer.
When you come on, I cannot see too good though.
Yeah.
Okay, so good.
Not me, not me.
Member Fulton is from the council.
Okay.
We have Ms. Nancy McPherson from DHHL online.
I cannot read, write, or spell. Okay, so whatever. I just here to give my testimony of what I feel. Okay, that's why I asked the question because I don't know. Yeah. Common sense, you ask questions. So okay, good. Then I feel that any discussion that is made between Hawaiian homeland and upon Hawaiian homeland.
1 minute to conclude.
It shouldn't be here in this committee. That we as Native Hawaiians and as Hawaiian homes need to be more transparency in what's going on. I read this pamphlet. It talks about what the county and everybody else wants to do. Yeah. So I personally think that as Native Hawaiians, we should have our own personal Hawaiian meeting to decide what we want, not to come and try to explain anything to you guys. I would like to direct my specific question would be to the HHL. So what I'm testifying today don't really matter. Okay, what really matters is that Hawaiian homes, along with all their constituents, need to hold our own separate meeting. What we want I'm talking about the Hawaiian homeland in Kalaupapa. I'm not talking about National Park or any other portion.
The time.
Okay. Yeah, this was wonderful. Yeah, we have a very important issue here, and we will give you what, 2 minutes?
4.
4 minutes? Oh, wait. You know how many years we've been suffering?
It sounds like you want to meet with DHHL though.
4 minutes.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting. So, okay. So that's what I'm here to testify.
Okay.
Yeah. So if there's any question, you can ask me now. Talk loud because I cannot hear.
Any question, members? Okay, seeing none.
No question, Hawaiian homes, no question. It's strange. Hawaiian homes, you're there, and you're talking all about this thing. And so the problem is there wasn't any transparency with Hawaiian homes, with us Hawaiians. That's the problem we're always having. Hawaiians have always been weaponized.
Okay, you see Nancy on the camera up there. Nancy
so
is
I got my
DHHL.
name over there. Contact me and see what we're going to do. It's very interesting.
I agree with you 100%.
Enough for you to analyze the testimony I've been giving. Okay, I don't know if I should say thank you or not. But
Thank you. Thank you, Uncle Yama. Okay. Before I call the next testifier, I'll recognize Committee Member Yukile Sugimura.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry for my tardiness. Thank you.
Mahalo for joining us. And then are you alone in your workspace?
Alone in my workspace, yes.
Great, mahalo. The next testifier is Halona Ge Kaupuiki, followed by Marlene Kamuela Purdy. I'm sorry, one moment. Let's make sure your mic is working.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Halona Kopuike. I born and raised Molokai, the old Shingle Hospital. No more now, but was on homestead land. But I like give a little bit small kind of history. The lighthouse down Kalapapa, my great grandfather, his name was Kaya Kupaka'a. He was Coast Guard at that time. He was the first guy to take care of the lighthouse down there. And then when he retired, my grandfather took over. Nawani ala Kopuike, the lighthouse.
Come closer to the mic.
Yeah.
Talking to the mic.
Well, how come make the same noise like that? The spirit
are
is
with
strong.
us. Yeah.
The Ohani is saying strong. Yeah. So after my grandfather Nawani ala, before he took the lighthouse, he was a foreman for the state workers down Kalapapa. And after he retired from the lighthouse, my uncle took over. I think he was the last lighthouse caretaker. His name
You know
was...
what, we're gonna, I'm gonna pause your time.
No, can turn them off. No need peace.
Yeah, too strong, Yamana.
Okay.
We're gonna fix this real quick.
Woohoo!
They said that it's not the speakers.
Okay.
All right, I have
Okay.
2 minutes. Sorry for
Hey.
interrupting your flow.
No, I get 6 minutes. Me and my wife, you know, I'm a homesteader. My lot is lot 143C3, Huliwa. My grandfather's lot was number 18. Again, the Ohani is strong inside here.
It's not the speakers, it's coming from outside.
I tell Uncle Yama as my one. I know can hear good too. Yeah, I'm sorry. So, okay, I can continue. Yeah, and this is small kind history of where my family from. I get down there family buried down there. I get the Popuikis. I get the Kalabis. I get the Palakikos buried down there. I get my tutu men, Nawani Allah, the Popuikis, on their birth certificate. Some of his brother had 8 children. My great grandpapa, his name was Opio Popuike from Halawa Valley, but he had some sons born in Kalawao. I think 3 or 4 of them was born in Kalawao. So that's my history. And the bummer thing about it, I don't can go down there, but check the graveyard later. And the only time I used to go down there when my company sent me down there for do archaeological work. And was very sad down there because when my staff come from Honolulu with me, I walk from the settlement, I walk to Kalawao. And my staff from Honolulu used to tell me like, what you see, Kalona? I tell them, I don't see nothing over there, but I can smell them. I can smell Waikolo Valley, all inside there, the valleys. And they said, what is the smell? Death. Because when the first patients came, they took gas down there. They was like guinea pigs for all this medicine that the government was giving them to survive. So that's what I tell my staff, you know, when they come. I tell them, you know, that's what I smell, a lot of death down there. And then, so I still like go to Kain. I'm a homesteader again, born and raised. I 3rd generation, but I like go to Kain. I like go down there. I like do my religious rites down there. Meaning, when you serve, my auntie, when I was in high school, my auntie, her name was Adeline Ozawa. She was the one giving permits out, working for the Department of Health down there. So every Christmas, when the waves on there, me and my cousins used to walk down the trail to go serve. But now I hear I cannot do that now.
1 minute to conclude.
I get the kind, you know, 6 minutes. Me and my wife, 3. How come no can? How long not 3? Get 3. Same last name, go with it.
Each individual has
but
3 minutes per item.
Okay. I'm going to talk with my pupunas before I came to this meeting about Kalawao and about Maui County. The deal is, You my ohana, you know. Yeah, Andy. Yeah. Okay, so I get your 3 minutes. So the kind of, I talked to my ohanas before I came over here. I told them, you know, I'm not gonna say nothing, but you guys know a little bit history of my family. You know, you guys not from over there. You guys was born over there. You guys don't know the history over there. You guys don't know what had happened down there. But what my ohana was telling me, the one they don't like come, so I gotta talk to them. So another like 20 minutes. But the deal is with Kalawao and with Maui, yeah, it's the revenues. Yeah, I get your 3 minutes. The revenues. What about revenues? So Maui County, they boom them, you know, in more. Kalawao, small kind. But when my cousin Pua was talking, yeah,
Loke.
Molokai.
Not Pua.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Loke.
That's your cousin too.
Loke.
Yeah.
Okay, but your time is up.
No, wait. I get her 3 minutes now.
No, she took her 3 minutes already.
Then I get my cousin's 3 minutes.
We can talk story more after the meeting.
But okay. So what
your 3
what
minutes up.
What Uncle Walter's daughter was saying, Molokai County, maybe we can survive. But according to my ohana this morning when I was talking to them, we gotta stick with the kind, Maui. But you know, sometimes you know you guys the kind of fluctuation there, the bylaws and what you call that, recommendations, kind of not too good. Yeah.
Okay, but your time is up.
Okay.
Okay. Mahalo. Okay. The next testifier is Marlene Kamwala Purdy, followed by Kalani Johnson Sr.
Aloha. Aloha Council. I'm okay. Okay. I'm known on Molokai as Auntie KŌMIKE Purdy. We come from 5 generations of homesteaders, ho'olehua. My great-great-grandmother moved from Waimea, Hawaii to be one of the first homesteaders. She came to help the Kalama'ula families. She was already here, but at the same time, she knew ho'olehua was gonna open and she waited for ho'olehua. They are lot 6. We are now 5 generations of homesteaders, 100 years. And many of the ho'olehua homesteaders that live on the ʻāINA today are 100 years old, 5 generations. So I thank you for being here because this subject matter has been ongoing for many, many years. We on Molokai would not want to see it Maui County. What I would like to do is consider us being part of the Department of Hawaiian Homes County. Because why? The State Department of Health is a state entity, agency. The Hawaiian Homestead is also a state agency. So the transfer might be easier. And then from that point, maybe as homesteaders we'll get a better deal because we all know as homesteaders, we have been on the bottom of the list. Everything that the Department of Hawaiian Homes has goes to everybody else but the beneficiaries themselves. So what do we have? We have 23,000 people waiting on the wait list, dying on the wait list. So what, 29 now, okay. So what we need to do is really consider the shift. And I'm surprised the department has not. But I'm sure our homesteaders and our Molokai community has a lot of good ideas, and we might be able to work it out. So thank you for hearing me. If you have any questions, I'm open. Oh, also, I want to know, I want to say aloha to my Ho'olehua Homestead Association. They're all on there. Thank you.
Seeing no questions, well, thank you for your testimony. Our next testifier is Kalani Johnson Sr., followed by Palmer Naki. Wait, let's fix your camera so we can get your handsome face on there.
No need. This is taken already. I'm married. Just gotta point
There we
them
go.
over
There we go. Okay, go ahead.
Guys. And aloha, Ani, thank you for putting this together, representatives. My name is Kalani Opu Johnston, Senior. I'm a fourth generation Hawaiian homestead. Yeah, I look white, but I can get homestead. This one is fifth generation Hawaiian homestead. Ikapaki lot 65. I'm Kalamaula. Lot 789. Kapuaiva. Anyway, I get plenty manao about Makanalua. You know, Kalaupapa is very special to me. I used to go with my papa when I was like 9, 10 years old. Yeah, we break the law, but what we will do, we go down practice. Like Cousin Halona said, you know, that's her right, you know. And I don't like the thing, go to the county. I rather think go to Hawaiian Homes, you know, because we've been waiting. We've been getting, gotta watch my mouth, you know. We've been getting screwed, you know. People been on a list waiting, dying on a list. It's pohore, yeah. You always like see this family succeed, yeah, but look, get commercials of Wainai, Nanakuli get the highest concentrated of Hawaiians. I think we get more, you know what I mean? But we're getting priced out of our own places. As for, I gotta talk fast because I like to use my 30 minutes. But yeah, I walk from with my papa, with Papa Jesse, Ani, yeah. We walk from the town, we walk to Kukaiva, to all the valleys inside there, you know, Waihanau, you know, Waikolu. And if you know cry by just walking and just hum out, just being quiet. If you know cry and feel the mana inside there, that place is very special. And I like my kids go down there. I like my mopunas go down there, you know, but all this BS with national parks go and do this, they want to arrest you. Why? On Hawaiian, bro. You know what I mean? I look out, but I get koko, you know. Our bloodline goes deep. Kaupuikis, Leonui, Pe'elua, Poha. You know, before the Department of Health had their hand in a cookie jar with the king. My tutu Leonui, they was down there. They had to trade lands on this side. You know, Mapulehu, Kavela, you know, Kamililoa. So my grandfather didn't get plenty land because they had to switch lands from down Kalaupapa, you know, and I like to see them go back to Hawaiian Homes, you know, but national parks, the thing, they get mean power trip kind down there. I hate to say that, but it is, you know, their own workers, I'm not going to say their names, but their own workers say that, dog eat dog down there, you know, and I like my kids, my mopunas be able to witness that part of that magic that happens down there. My wife's side, you know, yeah, my wife and I, we related. You know, the Clarks, they was in charge of the lighthouse, like Cousin Halona was saying, you know. Of my tutu man, my great grandfather was Tutu Andrew. He was Father Damien's personal bodyguard carpenter. And my tutu lady, Tutu Elizabeth, she was Father Damien's personal seamstress, you know, with the Catholic Church. And so wherever they had to go, I don't know how they went build 3 churches on this side, and we had the hardest time building St. Damien this day and age, but they did them, you know. But and that's the kind of stuff I like my kids go down there, hammer the slipper, get rooted, you know, get down to the boogie woogie and feel that lepo and feel that mana down there because it has spiritual powers. Kalamai, that's just me, yeah. Malo, you guys, Ani, I love you. I don't know questions. Gotta talk a little bit loud because I kuli in Mara ear. Too much gunshots.
Any questions, members? Okay, seeing no questions, love you too, Uncle.
Thank you, Ani.
Okay. Our next testifier is Palmer Naki, followed by the individual signed in as iPhone online.
Okay, you can see it. All right. Aloha. My name is Palmer Naki. I was just going to come and say one thing. You know what I mean? I was going to say Molokai County. You know, it is time for us to control our own destiny. You know what I mean? we've been living in Maui County shadow, Kalawao County. I mean, Kalawao County is good too. No, but if we had to choose, if we're going to transition from Kalawao to Maui, I choose Molokai County. Okay? And I get all the same reasons as everybody, and probably a little bit more, but I just gonna keep it short and simple. Molokai County, 100%. Thank you.
Mahalo, Mr. Naki. Okay, our next testifier is the individual on online, signed in as iPhone, followed by Michelle Tankayo.
Oh.
Oh. Aloha, Mr. Stone.
Is that me?
Yeah, your turn. Our next
Am I that guy?
Stone.
Oh, okay. Okay, how's it? My name is Dickinson Stone. I'm a homestead. I'm a beneficiary on the waiting list. Yeah, I would love to see Molokai have his own county. So I used to come there when I was 14, staying there in the Mormon church. My family down there was Kule Bell. Her middle name was Stone. She's the only one that has a pink gravestone. I used to go down there with Duncan. We used to dance hula. Used to get involved with the whole layer. They have the king and queen. Used to all down there with dance hula. But another connection I have with Kalapapa is down there quite a few years. But this one time that I went down, I got caught and I got arrested. And so with the court, I had to go to court, and I won. But anyway, it's unbelievable. I know I'm representing all the Molokai surfers, from the youngest to the guys my age, and
Dickie, your audio is going in and out. Oh, did he drop off? I don't see him anymore. Okay. We'll give him 2 minutes when he reconnects. I'm going to call the next testifier, Michelle Tankayo, and then we're gonna take a 10-minute recess, and then when we return, we'll finish off testimony. Okay, Ms. Tankayo.
Aloha and good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. So I have a lot of comments personally, but I want to keep most of them to the side because of who I signed up that I'm representing. So first of all, I'm in a little unique situation because my great-great-grandfather was R.W. Meyer, who was one of the superintendents of Kalaupapa at one time. And then my other great-grandfather is the one that also cut the trail into the mountainside. So I have two sides of my family that have a lot of history with Kalaupapa. The R.W. Meyer Limited family of shareholders owns the access road from the gate where it's published off of the highway into around the first switchback, roughly. Part of our land is where the communication towers are all located. We have not collected a dime for all those services that those telecommunications and everybody has been hooked up to for however long they've been there. Yet we have to pay our attorney fees, we have to pay the land taxes and all the things that go along. Currently, I'm the vice president for R.W. Meyer Limited. I've spent over 10 years on the board prior. I've been off of the board for the last about 10 years. So I have a long history. But I just wanted to say I don't have enough information to say whether I want to on the transition to the county of Maui. I do say that I am a voter though. And I agree with what Auntie Lori said about the enforcement topside. There's a lot that slacks. That's a separate conversation of what goes on up here. I want to point out one for all the Hawaiians in the room, is that if we can get all of the rest of the Hawaiians to take care of the top side, that would be great. Instead of dumping their rotten cars and all their opala on other people's lands, because ʻāINA is ʻāINA, no matter who owns it, private or DHHL. We should be better at talking to our families about doing that. So all I'm asking is that if this goes into the hands of the County of Maui, that R.W. Meyer Limited as an entity be kept into the discussions because of the access. And yes, currently we have different people accessing the property, either through correct channels and as well as illegal means. And that's always been a struggle. And for the Meyer family, for me, if the TMK could be redrawn and somehow worked out with the County of Maui, the majority of the family would like to release that part of the liability. I cannot speak for that, but I would like us to be part of the dialogue moving forward. And R.W. Meyer Limited, just to clarify, has nothing to do anymore with the Molokai Museum and Cultural Center. Our family gave that land to that nonprofit organization. So, thank you.
Mahalo, Ms. Tankayo. Seeing no questions for you, well, thank you for your testimony. Aloha, Mr. Stone. I see you back on. I have 2 minutes for you on the clock. I did get a request in the chat from Ms. Hala Pakala, who is one of our MEO bus drivers, and she has a moment now to testify. Are there any objections from the committee members to allowing her to testify before we take a recess? Okay, mahalo members. Ms. Hala Pakala. Auntie Hala. Okay. All right. We'll take Mr. Stone, and I'll try to call Auntie Hala. Okay, Mr. Stone, please proceed.
I'm starting to, okay. Yeah, up to clean the morning.
Mr. Stone, I'm so sorry. Your audio is not coming in clear.
Yeah. How about now?
Oh, that's a lot better. Okay, I'll restart your time.
Okay. Aloha, my name is Dickinson Stone. I'm a homesteader, beneficiary, waitlister. I'll just get right to the point. I used to go down there, clean the Mormon church. I used to dance hula with John KŌMIKE. We used to go down there and dance hula. They used to have ho'olau layers on there. We used to dance hula in those ho'olau layers. But anyway, surfing. I know everybody is against it with everything, but I used to surf down there. I surfed down there for quite a few years. Walked down there, surfed down there, walked up. One day I caught it was unbelievable. Called up and opened its doors, and I wrote a story about it. Anyway, one of those times that I went down, me and my cousin got caught. We got caught. Got a ticket. I had to go to court. Went to court, and I won. I got documents that prove that I won. Anyway, so what I'm trying to get is I want to be involved. And hopefully one day we can surf down there. It's God created the surf down there. It's an unbelievable. It's the most unbelievable surf spot on Molokai. Seriously, that's how good that place is. So when you guys get everything all together, oh, by the way, I'm against Maui County to take over. I want Molokai to have its own county. Give us a chance. I think we can do it. We got some pretty Akamai people. But anyway, yeah. So Also, me and my friend Kyle Abbey, we went on stand-up paddle boards. We came to Kalaupapa. We had permission to stay in Kalaupapa. Next morning, we went down to Omomi. So
1 minute to conclude.
I want to be involved. Yeah, I want to be involved, you know, in any kind of recreational, maybe lifeguarding, anything to do with the water. I want to kind of spearhead this, this and with other people. Yeah, so that's why I came. Oh, by the way, yeah, I was banned from Kalaupapa for 5 years for trespassing and surfing down there. The only way that I got back down was my sister had to move, and the new administrator, brand spanking new down there, allowed me to come on to Kalaupapa, even though I was on the blacklist. And so that's how I got back into Kalaupapa, because of my sister. Anyway, thank you.
Mahalo, Mr. Stone. Can you hear me? Okay, Member Bolton wants to know if it's a left or right. You're muted. It looks like he said right.
Yeah.
Okay. Mahalo, Mr. Stone. And then we have Miss Pakala online, on the phone.
Yeah, aloha, this is Kahiki Pakala, and I have my mother, Hala Pakala, here via telephone. Okay, Mom, go ahead.
Thank you, County Council, for giving us a few moments. First of all, it would really be nice if you could schedule meetings when the majority of us who are being affected by what is shared at these meetings can actually attend them, instead of scheduling them during the workday. I'm between runs. Oh my goodness, thank God I got on. Secondly, and this is all I have to say, we do not want Kalawao to become part of Maui County. What we would prefer is for Molokai to become Kalawao County. They're already set up. The transition would be smooth. And yeah, maybe we can take care of ourselves. Who knows? We're not going to know until we try. But becoming part of Maui County and getting swallowed up by the whole is not the answer. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Pakala? Seeing none, thank you so much, Auntie Hala, for your testimony. Okay, members, we are going to take a 10-minute recess and reconvene at 11 o'clock. When we reconvene, our testifiers will be Le Mananaki, followed by Kainoa Le McDonald. All right, it's 10:50. Okay, it's 10:51, and we'll reconvene at 11:05. Aloha, will the KŌMIKE Aloha ʻāINA please reconvene? It is 11:06 a.m. on January 29th, and we are continuing with public testimony. Next testifier on the list is Leimana Naki, followed by Kainoa Le McDonald.
I just wanted her to be here in case you guys have a question. Okay? I'm Leimana Naki. I was reading the book there, the Ohana. For me, the impact of Kalaupapa is really Makanalua. That's the name that you need to look at. But there's something that you have to do, you research. As a keiki, I was raised up next to you guys call Kalapapa. I look in here and I have to visualize who I see and what I see. I see members, hopefully raise your hand, okay, from Lahaina. Bingo. Wow. Hana. Bingo. Wait. I'll turn my back just will be 10 seconds. This is to the audience. You have to visualize Kanaka Maori like me, living in those valleys next to Kalapapa, Makanalua, that's Waikolo, that's Keawe Nui, that's Pelekuno, Wailau, Hakoano, and Halava. They call these, on the north side of this island, Ko'olau. Yeah, they call it Kalawau. Like how you get in Pukalani, Makawau. So we have Kalawau. I stand here as a Kanaka Maori. Who are we? We are the first people to these islands. But by here, how they travel to Tahiti, by the Hoku, Nahoku, by the Kamakani. There's 40 wings, 40. Kana, let's see, Kana, Kailu, Kulu, Walu, 40 wings of Makanalua, Kalawau, Kau, Hauko, that's a crater. There's 3. When you mention Waikolo, Vaikolo, it represents 2 more. Vailele, Vailehua, or Leia, and Vaihanau. So, when you talk about the land-based, no, you talk about the people. Yes, for me, my father was living and my aunt, they told me stories, true stories. So I do my best. When this thing happened, my father is the youngest out of 8
1 minute
sons.
to conclude.
And they're all born in Wailau. Then I got aunties born in Pelekuno. And etc. Apeleaku into Makanalua and Kalaupapa. To me, Kalaupapa is bittersweet because of the leprosy. Yeah. They show Father David like was checkered board. But they didn't show our people as much. They have more than him. Our people were there before him. And when David would make the movement to have them displaced, you know where they went? Manae. Ma means at, Nae means east, facing the west side of Maui. They went, and there were no rivers like Waikolo, Wailia, and Waihanau to raise their family in the local, in the Loi. All of these, they did not.
Uncle Leimana, your time is up.
Then we're going to do a
we have a question.
We're going to do a follow-up for this meeting.
Uncle Leimana, we have a question for you from Member Sanensi.
Mahalo Uncle Lemana. You mentioned people moving from Kalaupapa to Mana'e. Are all of how many about moved in your mind? Families?
To me, I can answer your question the best I can. They should have made surveys and data when this thing was happening. Who was responsible for having them to go there in the first place, and now replace them? Who is responsible? Accountability is the key. So for me, growing up as a child, I'm grateful for the Board of Health, because me and other children born at that time in the 50s and the 60s, we get the cause of TB. They had leprosy. But the backlash for us, those that were born those times, we got TB, and we stayed in our system. So we are walking, living evidence of leprosy and the reaction of some of these diseases. Say thank you.
Mahalo, Uncle Emana. Okay. It looks like we have no more questions, so.
That's it?
Mahalo for your testimony.
Last thing but not least, 5 seconds. Thank you. There'll be a follow-up of this meeting. 1, 2, that this meeting is on Molokai. 3, there are 4 communities on this island. Okay? Say thank you.
Mahalo, Uncle Emana. Okay, our next testifier is Kainoa Leigh McDonald, followed by Stacy Helm Crivello. And Ms. McDonald is online.
Aloha, can you hear me? Kalamai.
Yes, please proceed.
Aloha Chair and members of the KŌMIKE, Aloha ʻāINA. My name is Kainoa Leigh McDonald. I'm Hawaiian Homes Commission Act waitlist beneficiary. I'm also chair speaking on behalf of the Association of Hawaiian Homelands, the ALL, which represents policy advocacy upon the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act for the 29,000 of us on the wait list. I'm also Maui Lanai Sovereign Council of Hawaiian Homelands, which is referred to as the SHAW. I rise today with Molokai to say clearly to oppose transitioning Kalawao County to Maui County. Molokai Trust lands encompass 25,769 acres, and as of 2025, 2,138 beneficiaries await their award to homelands. Kalawao is part of that trust inventory. DHHL knows that they must first consult with beneficiaries of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. I'm speaking to my fellow director's testimony, Sybil Lopez, the Shaw Molokai Mokopuni Council, Uncle Riddy, as they reminded us that these lands must return to the hands of the homesteaders and to the community who have cared for them for generations. In 2017, I had the opportunity to visit Kalawao County to volunteer in ʻāINA projects at Kalaupapa, and I was in awe that this was Hawaiian Homelands. Under the Hawaiian Homelands Commission Act, it has a legal and fiduciary duty to protect beneficiary interests. That includes full consultation before any governance changes, and as long as the trust impacts, you must have assessments to ensure beneficiaries are not harmed. 3 things that are of serious concern. Number 1, lack of beneficiary consultation. A lot of times beneficiaries are told after decision-making is made. Number 2, trust and fiduciary responsibilities. I ask, has the Department of Interior been made aware of these land transfers? In the Hawaiian Homes Section 220, in the management of lands, DHHL must protect and manage lands in a manner consistent with trust purposes. Number 3, incomplete due diligence. I hear that this has been a long time coming and a lot of conversations, but I think little to the communities and to those who are the boots on the ground. Under the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, Section 202, provision of lands, any transfer affecting governance or access could indirectly affect homesteading. This is to protect our purposes of the homestead. In ending, on behalf of the Sovereign Council of Hawaiian Homestead, Association Shaw, and the Association of Hawaiians for Homestead Lands, we respectfully urge this council and DHHL to pause this transition, engage with the beneficiaries, complete all trust and legal analysis to these sacred lands, and manage to the interest of those who was set aside to serve. Lastly, under Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, Section 213 and Advisory Council, it provides beneficiary advisory councils to guide DHHL. This is an incentive for increasing the ruling so that Molokai beneficiaries have more of a say in the future land use of the homesteads, and that beneficiaries have a voice before decision-making is made. To Nancy McPherson, has the Hawaiian Homes Commission, Molokai Hawaiian Homes Commissioner been informed? So to bring this to the homestead community, listen to beneficiary voices, provide legal review and transparency. Mahalo nui.
Mahalo, Ms. McDonald. Any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, we'll thank you for your testimony. Our next testifier is Stacey Helm Crivellos, followed by Luann Favorito.
Aloha, everyone. Committee Chair Kiani Rollins Fernandez, mahalo for affording us this opportunity to talk story with you folks about our beloved Kalaupapa. I would like to also recognize our Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa, Val and DeGray. Mahalo for being here. So my testimony is more to you, decision makers. How will you consider to govern lands that are under the ownership of DHHL, Department of Hawaiian Homelands, as well as the Department of Land and Natural Resources? And have you considered, or will you really consider the costs of maintaining and the operations after the passage of our 4 patients when Department of Health will sever their Kalawao County obligations as best as they could have taken care of. Also, I think that it'd be prudent of the County of Maui to get hold of the Hawaii State transitioning plan that the Department of Health had facilitated for about the last 4 or 6 years that they may have in place that I participated in. The other thing is, I think most first and foremost is to protect our cultural riches and the history of Kalaupapa. It's sacred lands. You know, whenever I go there, just the tears naturally flow for the aloha of the history of our ancestors. For all of us from Hawaii are connected to our genealogy with one way or the other that the patients or the residents of Kalaupapa we are connected to. And then the other question is, are Maui taxpayers willing to absorb the enormous costs of taking over the care of Kalawao County at this time? And I think, first of all, we have to measure how do you protect the sacredness of that land as a county of Maui. And if you go and go through the transitioning plan, you will find out what it just takes for just the Department of Health to maintain right now Kalawao County. And do we have the capacity to do that? And so you don't want to absorb ownership and then only go halfway. You got to go 200% to take care of. And then, of course, I see this as an opportunity for Molokai as a whole to have the county, whoever its ownership, that can be a gateway for Molokai residents for whatever kind of strategic plan that they may come over to care for it, but a gateway, an opening for us to more so make an impact on what we value as an island community. So thank you for your time, and take into deep consideration what burden or kuleana, financial kuleana, we're going to place upon taxpayers. Yeah, thank you. Mahalo.
Okay. Members, any questions? There's one, I have a question. Okay, mahalo, Ms. Crivello, for your testimony and for serving on the transition team with Department of Health. Did you have a copy, or what is the name of that plan?
Because I think they had, when I had severed off from the transitioning plan, I think they probably have a couple more years. You can check with the Department of Health, I think the director.
Okay,
or
the deputy
whoever-
director is on, I'll ask her, but there
Oh,
was a
oh,
draft.
I don't know what they completed, but they were meeting for the last 4 years, I think, the past 4 years.
So when you were on the transition team, did you have a draft of that plan?
No, not at that time, yeah.
Okay, so in the last year that you were on it, there was never a draft
Not a
before you got
written,
off?
it was more discussion from the different departments as to how they were going to, I guess, convert the operations. And a lot of it was a discussion of cost. And it included the national park also. So I think if you would check with the head administrator of Kalaupapa or the Department of Health, they may have a transitioning plan, yeah.
Okay, but so when you were on the transition team, they said that they were going to complete a written plan.
Yeah, they should have, because all of the departments participated. And the interesting thing about it, because you're dealing with bureaucracy, and I came from the so-called bureaucracy from the county of Maui's administration. The thing they forget is the history. So, and that's my thing, is we cannot forget the history and the impact that's had on all of us, yeah, till today.
Absolutely. So the ownership of the land would remain, well, at least homestead would remain in the land trust, just as Kalama'ula is in Maui County. That land would stay under DHHL, DLNR land would stay under DLNR. None of it would be owned by Maui County.
No, I didn't think so. I was just wondering, how would you govern that? Will it be like, you know, do you have a plan for that as far as, you know, what role will the county have? Will it be governance power, management, running of operations? Any way you look at it, you're going to absorb multiple costs. And I'm just throwing that out for the consideration of you decision makers, because the burden of the cost will fall upon Maui taxpayers. Yeah.
So the specific costs that you were talking about in your testimony when you're on the transition team, what costs were those?
The operations is more than millions of dollars, just the operations.
The operations of Kalaupapa, that's under
The Kalawao, with the Department of Health. Yeah, and so you have a separation, right? You have the Department of Health right now, and then you have the National Park. And then you still may have some little bits of the DLNR and a little bits of the...
Okay, my final question, and that's why we're having this meeting today.
Sure.
It's because all of 2025, I was asking about costs and what costs would the county bear in the transitioning of Kalawao County into Maui County. And I finally got written correspondence from NPS and DHHL saying that there wouldn't be costs.
Oh, interesting, there's no cost. Yeah, that's oh, must be a fairy godmother. Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Okay,
there's a bunch
so
of costs.
at no time that was told to you in the transition team that there wouldn't be any
Oh,
costs?
no, there are costs. I mean, basic commons, fundamentals, right? Yeah.
Okay, we have a question from member Batangan. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
not a question. But I do want to recognize that Department of Health added resources to the chat. There are transition updates and transfer plans linked. Can I ask that those be updated, added to the record?
I think we can discuss that after we close public testimony.
Okay.
Okay, mahalo. Okay, any other questions for our testifier so we can let her go and thank her for coming? Okay.
Okay,
Seeing none,
mahalo,
mahalo.
aloha.
Okay, our next testifier is Luann Favorito, followed by Mikiala Pescaya.
Aloha and good morning. Thank you folks for allowing us to provide testimony today. It sounds to me like the testimony is about transitioning, and I believe I stand in solidarity with the Leo of Molokai. The voices that you've heard this morning, they are very eager to have it stay within Kalawao County for Molokai. The Molokai residents here are very passionate about that. So, and I forgot to say, I'm a homesteader for Ho'olehua, third generation. So I really believe, just listening to the previous and in my own thoughts, that to keep it the way it is instead of allowing it to transition over to Maui County. So thank you folks so much. I've been waiting so long. Mahalo for your time.
Mahalo, Ms. Favorito. And our final testifier is signed up is Mikiala Piscaya.
Elina me ke aloha o wau miki ala Pescaya he mamo no ho'olehua I kala'i no ke ʻāINA no. I stand before you as a descendant of former patients. I stand here as a homesteader, fourth generation, with my grandchildren also residing on homestead. I also stand here as a 11-year resident of Kalaupapa, Kalawa County, ending an 11-year tenure with the Park Service last year. So separated for the last year, currently serving as the kahu, the lay kahu, for Silawama and Kananoho congregational churches. My role has always been in education and service. I have both sat on 2 terms and chaired the Molokai Planning Commission, the Molokai Island Burial Council. I'm currently serving as the chair of the Kaho'olawe Island Reserve Commission. I am not speaking on behalf of any of those entities, but I say that to say I have great, deep context for this conversation. I'm not here to advocate for one thing or another, but I will say that where the answers lie, there is a gap between the government and all what the people know and what we understand. And so the role of the county as held by the Department of Health has not equated to the role of counties operating across the state. They have focused on their patient care and that particular population and often disregarded the care necessary for the rest of the residents of Kalawao County. They don't collect taxes, there are no DMVs, we don't have municipal services provided by Kalawao County. A lot of those services have been absorbed by the Park Service. Plainly, I tripping out that they're gonna say there's no cost in the transition, because there is. There needs to be bodies to act as the agents of the county. All of the emergency services, trash, there's no landfill. Park Service pays to air freight that trash out. There's no waste treatment. They pump that out and send it out on a barge that costs roughly almost $300,000 to charter one empty barge to come in and bring all the supplies going out. If you think Mokulele is unreliable to Molokai, it is way more unreliable in Kalaupapa. If you need air ambulance, they will not come after dark for you. Sometimes if the conditions are not right, there's lots of things that make living in Kalaupapa very high risk. And there is an assumption because every single resident right now is bound by the covenants they make with their employers. We do not have regular citizens there. So we're not even having a conversation right now about this projected settlement or community. It doesn't exist really. Everybody bound by their employer. And so law enforcement, regulations, all of that is not really held at the county level. And that is something that needs to be developed. The engagement, I have talked to all the stakeholders on multiple levels in very different ways, and everybody has different concerns of how do you preserve the integrity of the Kalaupapa story and that history. The Park Service right now is the only one that is equipped to focus on natural cultural resource protection. None of the other agencies can do that. The people also don't realize that with all the lands being state-owned, the county regulations that filter down are not the same as the rest of Molokai. So where they're going to be able to apply any sort of governance is different. Homesteaders topside got to be better at being homesteaders before we trust you in anything. And they will not, if they were to convert those to private leases, you cannot tell in Hawaiian that you cannot paint your house, destroy it, then they're not gonna like people walking around in their yards. So anyway, I hope that we have more opportunity for nitty-gritty conversations and boots on the ground moments so that we know what we're really getting into, and absolutely it will cost money. I offer myself as a resource and to provide information to kind of close that gap between what's in the reports and what's really happening, and is practical and logical. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Ms. Piscaya. Members, any objections to designating Ms. Piscaya a resource to our committee under Rule 18A of the Rules of the Council? Mahalo for offering your time.
Mahalo. Any questions
Okay.
at this moment? No.
Okay. All right, we have come to the end of the testimony list. This will be the last call for testimony. If anyone wishing to testify would like to provide testimony, now is the time, either online or in person. Hearing and seeing no one stepping up to testify, are there any objections to closing oral testimony and accepting written testimony into the record? Mahalo, members. Okay. Testimony is now closed at 11:31. I guess, okay, so for our resource folks, will you please either, can I invite you to sit with us at the table here or at the front row so that if the committee members have questions for you, we can quickly respond to those. Okay, and then online members, again, we have, one moment. We have Ms. McPherson from DHHL, Acting Chair Kanaka Ole from DLNR, and then from Department of Health, Deputy Director Morikawa, Dr. Felton, Mr. Chan, and Mr. Casey, as well as Managing Director Nishita and Public Affairs Director Martin. Okay, we will, okay, let's see. Okay, and then pursuant to Committee Member Batangan's request, the items that were posted into the chat from Department of Health will, well, one of them is a website, so that one can't be added to Granicus, but the other two are PDFs, and so if we can add that to Granicus for the public to have that available and added to the record. And I'd like to invite Deputy Director Morikawa to, if you wouldn't mind explaining the 3 links that you put into the chat for us.
Thank you. I'm going to let Diana explain them because I believe it was Diana that put those links in there.
My apologies. Dr.
No worries.
Sorry, they won't let me turn my camera on, but that's no problem. So these are all posted on our Kalaupapa Updates website, which has a lot of information. I strongly recommend people to visit. And these links are taken from that website as well. So the first is the website itself, and the second link is a transition update written in 2023 that was collaborated with DLNR, DHHL, DOH, and MPS to sort of reiterate where things stood at the time. And then the final document is a transfer plan that DOH created at the request of the Hawaii State Legislature about DOH's plans to withdraw after the passing of the final patient. So that includes a timeline, plans for our staff, and other responsibilities and how those would be transitioned. These are our plans. They have been tweaked many times and will likely continue to be tweaked, but they do provide some of the basic information about some of the complexity of this effort.
Mahalo, Dr. Felton. And I attended the community meeting that that the agencies together held at Kaunakakai School at the end of 2024, I believe that was. So there were 2 costs that I was hoping that you could speak to. One was solid waste that needs to be removed from Kalaupapa, and the other was, what was the other one? Sewer. Those costs would be borne by which agency or Maui County?
So currently the National Park Service manages waste. So I might defer the question to Superintendent Holman. As far as that waste, the Department of Health does not pay for management of waste at this time.
Ms. Holman, would you like to add any information to the management of the solid waste and how that will be removed from Makanalua? Oh, I'm sorry, into the mic. And then push the button.
Push the button.
On the bottom over here, like this. Oh, that one no more button. Oh, that one doesn't have a button. Oh, you can just speak.
Right. Can everybody hear me now? All right,
Yes.
great. I would clarify that the question we were asked to answer had to do with infrastructure, specifically roads and buildings, which are all under state or private ownership. So the Park Service does manage solid waste, and we would continue to manage that into the future. I do think it's important to note that that is partially due to the lease with Department of Hawaiian Homeland. So if that land management was changed or that lease was broken, the Park Service would not manage the infrastructure and waste procedures for those areas. Because again, to somebody's point earlier, like where does the funding stream come from? Where does it go? I think that is a really important thing to note. But I would say, to somebody's comment, there will be costs for the county, but we were not asked more than the 4 questions we were asked to respond to.
Mahalo, Ms. Holman. Okay, I will open up to Committee Vice Chair, and recognizing that the time is 11:37. We'll try to get through as many of the questions as we can before we need to break for lunch. Okay, Committee Vice Chair Bolton.
I guess my first question would be what kind of volume and like how often is the waste taken off? Is it monthly, quarterly, and is it a barge per time?
I don't have exact details, but I can tell you we do compact and fly out household waste on Kamaka every week. We package everything else up, so construction and demolition waste, recyclables, hazardous materials, and other materials get bundled and shipped annually on the barge. That requires working with providers on the opposite end of the streamline to make sure that those are dealt with effectively. And we have a pretty elaborate composting system in the settlement so that we can minimize that waste stream.
And then I guess my other question was for DHHL. What types of development in the SMA are you planning? And is it in the shoreline area or has that not been delineated? All of it is shoreline. So, and you had plans to develop the shoreline?
No. I'm just referring to projects that are being proposed mainly by NPS, but sometimes they're proposed by DOH as well. Currently coastal zone management compliance is handled sort of at the state level and also federal NEPA compliance. So they have to comply with the Coastal Zone Management Act, which is a federal law. And so we're not proposing anything. But what we do is when the National Park Service proposes projects, they actually have to come to DHHL for review and authorization. And so that's our land management division. Currently, our land agent for Molokai is Shelley Carrera, and I work very closely with her, and we work very closely with the National Park Service so that there is oversight over these projects. Not maybe for general maintenance and recurring kinds of things, but anything bigger than that. I think improvements to the harbor was probably the last one that was significant.
So, I thought I had heard some of the testifiers saying they wanted like Kupuna to live there or they wanted to live there. There's no plans for beneficiary homesteads down there?
Not at this time. What we're going to be doing is updating the Molokai Island plan, and that involves extensive beneficiary consultation. And so I've been madly taking notes and writing down. I'm so happy and grateful to the beneficiaries who shared their mo'oku'auhau and their connections to Kalaupapa and its history. I think that's critical for a successful island plan update. And so we are going to be engaging with those stakeholders and, of course, all of our beneficiaries on Molokai, and including people on the wait list as part of that. Like, that'll be like an 18 to 24-month process.
I just wanted to clarify, you're talking about DHHL Molokai Island Plan, not the community plan one.
Yes, correct. Yeah. Okay. We have our own island plan and land use designations.
Mahalo, Community Vice Chair Polton. Ms. Piskaya would like to add some information. Ms. Piskaya.
I just want to provide one example. When, as a resident, you can bring in a vehicle, but sometimes that vehicle, and I believe the Department of Health is supposed to be tracking the ownership. So we don't have a DMV where the vehicle gets registered. There's no requirement for insurance. There's not even somebody to safety check your vehicle. So we've got dilapidated vehicles running around Kalaupapa. People leave sometimes when the car breaks down, because we also don't have mechanics to fix cars. The derelict vehicle sits there, and then we lose track of who actually owned it or if they left it to somebody. So now we've got cars piled up. The Department of Health and the Park Service have struggled to be able to remove some of those vehicles because we have to prove it's like a property ownership and whether you can even, quote, touch, and then it's left on DHHL land. So is it then abandoned property? I mean, so there's a lot of layers of legality where we're looking at, there's a ton of them. And those are something like, that's one example of where the Kalaupapa community is concerned, is like, who actually pays and how do you, bounce that through the system moving forward? So there's what they're implementing now, and what does that continue to look like if the Department of Health pulls out and there's all these patient property still there, will they still be responsible for clearing all of that? Or does that turn over to the Park Service? It doesn't matter what agency, they're all taxpayer dollars. So I think people are concerned with which tax is going to cover what thing. But when it comes to the county, we, like the population base in Kalaupapa is really small to absorb. So as a topside Maui County resident, you're looking at, we can barely afford our own fire and police here. What about those kinds of services? Right now, it is inadequate in the community's eyes of what those kind of municipal services.
Lahaina feels similarly on our abandoned vehicles and whatnot too.
Mahalo, Ms. Piskaya. Deputy Director Morikawa.
Thank you. I did just want to clarify that we have been consistent in our position that all of the environmental issues that were created as a result of the DOH operating a place of residence for the people of Kalaupapa, that we continue to maintain that responsibility. We are continue to advocate at the legislature for funds to mitigate all of the environmental issues like the landfills, putting on the municipal cover, some of the coastal landfills that really needs mitigation. We're still working on the underground gas storage tank that needs to be addressed. So the vehicles, I know Mikiala knows of all of the challenges that we're facing. She named just a few of them, but we continue to work on those issues. So we do not plan to just pull out and leave all those issues behind. We will continue to advocate for those issues to be resolved long after we leave, because we know that this is going to take years. However, again, just like any other cost issues, the reality is we are not able to address them unless there is financing from somewhere, whether it comes from the legislative authority to do it or the county's willingness to participate. But we, as a Department of Health, do not have the funds to actually address this ourselves. But we will continue to advocate for these issues to be addressed.
Mahalo, Deputy Director Morikawa. I know that Dr. Felton's going to have to leave soon. And Acting Chair Kanakaole. So I wanted to, sorry, I'm jumping the line, to ask DLNR a question about SMA. Acting Chair Kanakaole.
Hello, I'm online.
Oh, perfect. Mahalo. Okay, so in response to the question that the committee sent to DLNR, their understanding of their authority is that they would not be subject to county SMA rules. For the portion of Makanalua or the portion of Kalawao County, would that section held, managed by DLNR be subject to county's SMA rules?
Yes, we don't have that type of a constitutional authority similar to Hawaiian homelands.
Mahalo for stating that for the record. Okay, next, and mahalo for joining us today. Next to ask questions. Okay, Member Cook followed by Member Batangan. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. My question and address to who anybody can answer it. I'm curious about the vehicles. Is there equipment that they use to move stuff around and like a loader and a forklift and equipment? And to date, kind of just generally, how much has been taken off and what was the cost, who paid for it, and guesstimating like what is there now? And I'm just trying to put in perspective, like the environmental aspect and the impact. Maui has the same problem and it's scattered all over the place, and you know that's much more remote. So anyway, I appreciate any information you could share with me.
Sure, I'll speak to a little bit of it and then I'll turn it over to Department of Health, who's done the bulk of the work. So it's predominantly our equipment in the Park Service that moves it around. We manage the barge contract in partnership with Department of Health. And I think I would just also note that one of the interesting things as time goes on is, you know, regulations change, things change. What can go on the barge and what cannot go on the barge continues to change. So for instance, there are a number of school bus sized vehicles that have come into Kalaupapa and they cannot depart as a whole unit. So those vehicles must be cut into 3 pieces to be sent out. So they're, but I'll turn over to DOH because they have been the one that has predominantly been working with the community vehicles.
Deputy Director Morikawa.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Mike Casey or Baron Chan if you could comment on this.
Mr. Casey or Mr. Chan?
Or Diana, if she's still on.
Dr. Felton?
Yep, I'm still here. So we have, in fact, in the past, put a request for capital improvement funding from the state legislature for vehicle removal. It is a pretty significant project, as sort of alluded to, as there's been many years of not transitioning off vehicles. We are still in the process of sort of inventorying the vehicles and estimating. We have estimated that it would be a 5 to 6 year project and would take significant work. We've been very grateful to the National Park Service that a lot of their heavy equipment has been used to help some of our efforts as well. This is, there are many capital improvement projects sort of in process at Kalaupapa currently, and in our sort of plan for asking for the next few years, but a lot of it depends on funding. So I hope that helps answer some of the questions. And if Mike or Baron is available to share any more details.
Member Cook?
Thank you. I think it's really helpful to have, as this unwinds and unfolds, blossoms, that we get a handle on kind of each different department, what their operating cost has been historically, and what some of the potential solutions to mitigate those costs have been considered, and kind of wrap that up for everybody working together. Because no matter who it is transferred to, you know, for the benefit of the community, all of these issues need to be addressed, and then collaboratively, all of us working together can address that as cost effectively as possible. Anyway,
Mahalo, Member Cook.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Member Batangan, followed by Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. So I see in the Kalaupapa transition update that was shared with us from the Department of Health that governance of Kalaupapa County is contemplated. There were 3 scenarios that were considered. One is jurisdiction being turned over to a state agency, one is being turned over to a county agency, or one that it not being turned over to any government entity, and that the remaining government entities still operating on the peninsula would continue to coordinate and enforce laws within the county boundaries. It doesn't say, I don't have any history beyond that, but I do see a state bill to transition over to the county. So has the state taken a position that no state agency is willing to take over governance of the county?
Dr. Felton? Oh, Deputy Director Morikawa.
Yes, we have thrown it out there, and at the present time, no one has indicated that they would like to take over jurisdiction. Again, we were hoping that this bill would be the vehicle to, again, elicit discussion so that all sides could be looked at in terms of just who might be the best party to take it over. It was not our decision to make. We just knew that for sure DOH was not planning on continuing it.
Can I just very quickly confirm with DHHL and DLNR that those agencies are not interested in taking over governance?
DLNR here, Ryan Kanako. Yes, I echo Deputy Director Morikawa's sentiment.
Yeah, and DHHL just currently doesn't have the staff or the budget to take over administration.
Thank you. Can I ask, has there been any conversations with the county administration regarding taking over jurisdiction of Kalaupapa County? Managing Director or Mahina, Public Affairs Director?
Aloha, Director Martin.
Hi, aloha everyone. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Batangan. Yes, at the invitation of DOH, we were able to participate in some joint meetings, more as just a general participant. I was attending with Mayor Bisson on the first meeting, and following that, we sat in and listened on what a transition plan could look like. Mayor has expressed an interest in learning more about it. And has a high value on the dignity and heritage of the place, as well as the input from communities, beneficiaries, and descendants.
Thank you. So I see the transition plan primarily talks about DOH withdrawal. Does that mean the administration is separately working on what a transition plan for the county would look like?
I can help with that. Shazai, you want to weigh in? We have been participating by way of learning as the different jurisdictions. There are so many agencies involved in the different land ownership and oversight there at Kalawao that we really needed an assessment of how it was going and what it meant. We have not moved forward on any bigger way of obtaining more detailed information and what that would look like as the different agencies begin to understand their expectations and their own beneficiaries and governance requirements. DOH has been very helpful in planning ahead and having a long view on what happens when the last patient passes.
Thank you, Chair. May I ask one more?
Sure.
I'd just like to ask the administration to contemplate what it would cost to put together a transition plan or a short-term governance of Kalaupapa County if this item were to come before the county, and then try to put together a cost estimate for what a long-term management plan of Kalaupapa County would look like, so that if the county decides to move forward with this, that we would have a sense of what it would take in both the short term and long term to effectively govern. Thank you.
Mahalo, Member Batangan. Member Sinensi.
Mahalo, Chair, and I did want to mahalo you for inviting us to Molokai and to hear this very poignant discussion. We're reaching that time that we have to consider all of our options, and so I know I've heard the sentiment from the community about having more home rule. And so I would leave it to the administration if they have a transition plan. Should the community see any benefits from Maui County coming and stepping in with some of these programs or municipal things that are needed, should you want to move in that direction. But I would just refer to, and mahalo to our resources. You guys have been working on this and dealing with this way longer than I have. And so I refer to you, what do you see as far as, if there is Maui County involvement from your personal perspectives, what can we help with?
Who are you asking?
Whoever.
Okay, Ms. Vizcaya?
Sure. One thing that came to mind is it doesn't matter what community, there needs to be a gainful employment. Right now, there are two main employers, the Department of Health, the state, and the federal Park Service. The Park Service has in their enacting legislation a clause that provides for preference for Native Hawaiians. That's tied to our the DHHL lease. So what that means is that currently, a majority of the Park Service staff is Native Hawaiian. So those houses that are sitting on DHHL lands are predominantly occupied by Native Hawaiians already. Hawaiians have always been the majority in population in Kalaupapa from patient era through this transition time. And the sentiment of the community is that it will remain on par with the population composition of Molokai. There will still be Hawaiians there. But no matter who lives there, they need to have jobs. They need to be able to support themselves in a way that aligns with the cultural and natural resource protection work. Very few entities have a mission as dedicated as the Park Service. And so in that respect, a lot of it doesn't mean that we can't account for other ways for more Hawaiians and more descendants, and then the visitor stakeholders, because there are lots of people who have been inspired by the faith and the work of the saints, for example, and they want to come, and Kalaupapa is healing. And when you look at the balance of all the stakeholders, it's a Venn diagram of how many layers can we concentrate and overlap, and focusing on the things that we do agree on. And so when I think of the county operations, or if you look at the Department of Health, they're a state agency with state resources. I also look at Kaho'olawe as an example, where the state agency, if you took all the state resources currently being allocated to the Department of Health, give it to another state agency to function in that way, but it's still under the umbrella of Maui County. Kaho'olawe is part of Maui County. And so there is like trying to piece together the layers that still sort of helps tie two other entities. And DLNR is the major landowner, just like they are over Kaho'olawe. So Maui County, we have experience. We already know how to make that work, that framework work. And I've not seen that proposed, I think, as one of the models to look at. But similarly, Kalaupapa used to have a commission. They used to have that regulatory space for the community voice to provide input. And so I'm mentioning some things that have already worked for us, instead of reinventing the wheel, just throwing that idea out.
Mahalo for that. Thank you.
And you can allocate seats on that commission for homesteaders, for patient descendant families, for where there has to be a way for all of the stakeholders to feel equally represented in the conversations.
And then I did hear.
Your time is up.
Oh, 1 minute?
No. If you had a short question, maybe, but it doesn't sound like it's going to be a short one.
Well, I heard a lot of testimony about enforcement down there by the MPS.
Okay, that is going to be a separate discussion. That's
Okay.
a long discussion. That's not a short one. Okay.
Just to let you know.
Okay, all right. Prepare for that one.
It'll be a great conversation if much needed.
How long do you have, Members Tenancy? What time is your flight? No, I'm just kidding. Okay, that's how long it's gonna take. Okay, we're gonna go online to Chair Lee, followed by Member Sugimura.
Chair, did I hear you say something about the questions need to relate to shoreline, the shoreline?
No, that's not.
Oh, okay.
Just any question regarding the transition of Kalawao County to Maui County.
Okay. I'm not sure who this would be addressed to, but it seems to me as an observer that there doesn't seem to be like a master plan, even though, albeit preliminary, but a master plan which outlines the top priorities. Because the steps have to be taken to me, a sequential order. And, I'm not criticizing anybody, but on the one hand, we're talking about who should have complete oversight over Kalawao. Should it be a separate county? Should it be under, so forth. In the same conversation of removing abandoned vehicles. So my thinking is we should be setting priorities, and then abandoned vehicles would come further down the line under a different category. But some of the top things is, what is this entity going to be? Number one. And then two, what are the steps necessary to achieve that goal? What are the deadlines? Nobody seems to have deadlines here. And then finally, what is the budget to pay for all of these things? So is there such a preliminary draft plan?
Mahalo, Chair Lee. I think Deputy Director Morikawa.
Okay, I'll do my best to try to answer that question. I truly appreciate that question, Councilmember Lee. That is something that I believe the previous transition committee was trying to come up with all of the parties involved, because it was the multiple state agencies as well as NPS. NPS really was kind of the lead on that. As far as the timeline, the reason why it's a little fuzzy is because there really was no timeline beyond the last patient passing, because Department of Health has jurisdiction so long as there is a patient in Kalaupapa, or there's a Kalaupapa patient that is still living. However, as Chair Dela Cruz of WAM appropriately brought up, that the passing could occur at any time and we should have some type of plan. So we then tried to shift to look at who really was responsible for what happens after the last patient passes. And what we at the Department of Health came to realize very quickly was we are not the landowners, and really our jurisdiction was really only with the patient. So we, as much as we tried to elicit basically a plan to be developed, and what we could only rely on was what our piece was, and that's what you see in all the plans before you.
Mahalo, Deputy Morikawa. That was the 3 minutes. I see Managing Director has additional information to provide. Managing Director.
Thank you, Chair Rollins Fernandez. Thank you to all the, of course, council members and resources here today, and all the community members and testifiers that came forward. Yeah, obviously, I think from the county standpoint, I think you've heard various, community perspectives. And so as a county, we want to make sure that we're working with all our community members and properly respecting the beautiful place of Kalaupapa, its history, as well as the people of Molokai as well. Just as some additional information, I guess regarding some of the discussion regarding SMA issues and whether that's applicable or applied. We would have concurrence that there are provisions that allow DHHL to be exempted from a whole variety of rules and regulations. My understanding is that DHHL does comply with SMA for commercial properties, that DHHL builds or develops. I'm not aware of them previously complying with SMA for any residential properties, although that may be the case. And just as an additional consideration, we have had reports in the past, and I would defer to DHHL on this, but that one of the reasons why they do comply with a lot of our building codes and other requirements is because of back-end insurance issues that the properties and or property owners may face further down the line if compliance to those requirements are not adhered to. So I would just offer that as some additional consideration, and from the county, we're willing to work with all the parties involved. I think there's great discussion, and we are, I would say, at least for myself, having a hard time understanding how there would be no cost impact to the county. But I appreciate the considerations on further development of a plan so we can clearly outline roles and responsibilities, and then the council will have a better determination on the actual costs, if any, involved in a determination such as this. Thank you, Chair, and happy to be available later in the meeting as well if there's any questions.
Appreciate those comments, Managing Director. Ms. Holman has additional information to provide the committee. Ms. Holman.
I would just share that the transition as a whole is a very complex topic, and I think what I continually hear is a confusion of what is listed on the overall list of transition topics and the topic that we're meeting on today, which is the transition of the county, which is very specific to county features and functions. So I would just throw that back out there as a reminder, because it is an emotional, complex topic, and I think we've heard that today, and I've heard that the whole time I've lived here. So I just want to help us kind of parse those pieces out and make sure when we're assigning tasks or talking about responsibilities that we're really clear on what part of transition we're talking about at any given time, and make sure that the right players are at the table.
Great reminder. Mahalo, Ms. Holman. For me, what I was striving to get information on for last year was the cost to the county. Like, what are the expected costs to the county? And I tried to ask the questions as broadly to the folks that I understood had, the most kuleana and the most costly kuleana. And I guess I didn't specify exactly what those costs could be. And so that's why we're having the discussion in this meeting, to really bring out all the details of what kind of costs that the county would be expected to take over if the county were to assume the responsibilities of Kalawao County, the governance responsibilities. And we have political pressure at the legislature pushing Kalawao County a decision to be made regarding Kalawao County and its governance being under the Department of Health, and what will the future governance be after Department of Health kuleana is no longer has kuleana at Makanalua or Kalawao County. And that bill, SB 1432, specifically names Maui County as the government that would then assume governance responsibilities over Kalawao County. Last session, I begged the committees to pause, and I opposed that bill because there are a lot of these questions that need to be answered regarding the cost to the county in this transition, since the bill specifies Maui County taking over responsibilities of governance. And so when I'm talking about transition, that's what I'm talking about. As far as NPS's, cost to NPS, as long as it doesn't affect or impact county costs, then, that's for NPS, DHHL, and DOH to figure out and to agree upon. For Maui County, whatever responsibilities will be under us and whatever cost is expected, then that needs to be clear before SB 1432 is passed this session, which is, as I understand it, the intention. And so for everyone that testified today, we are not the decision makers on this. The legislature is. The legislature is taking up SB 1432. And if you don't want it to go under Maui County, then that is who you need to go and testify to, because they are the decision makers in this. As Maui County and Managing Director explained, Mayor Bisson is open to taking on this kuleana. The council, as I understand it, is open to taking on this kuleana. We just need the details of how that will look and what it would cost the county. And that's what I was hoping to get the information, what information I was hoping to get from today's meeting. I jumped the line again. My apologies, Member Sukimura, you were next. And members, I recognize that it's 12:12 and we generally take a break at 12 o'clock. Any objections to going to 12:30? Are you okay?
Chair, I need to leave. I gotta catch a flight, so I'm gonna log
Do you
off.
have questions? Do you want to ask?
I actually had a question which you answered by what you just said. So thanks a lot, and I look forward to answering the question of how does the federal government, with Department of Interior, as far as parks also. But I'm very curious as to how much did all the state departments ask the legislature for funding for this, which I can find out from the departments, I guess. If you could ask them that and get it to us.
We can ask Deputy Director Morikawa if there was any. So the question is,
how much funding did the departments ask for
funding
this?
to the Maui County?
No, for themselves, in order to maintain their duties right now for what they're doing for Kalaupapa.
Okay.
But I gotta run, so I'm gonna log off and my staff can listen in and get the information. Thank you.
Okay, mahalo, Member Sugimura. And I guess, Department of Health did explain all of that in our meeting in February. And so all that information is on Granicus. And so.
Okay, so I can look for bills in the legislature and it'll be there. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, my turn. Ms.
That might be helpful. And again, this is a state decision, but I found it useful to go back and read the statute that created Kalawao County. And I think what you'll find is there are many county functions that were exempted upon the creation of the county. So if you're just going back in and asking different entities to tell you how much things have cost, those functions don't exist currently and never have functioned. So I think that's where maybe some of the confusion is coming in too. And I think that's some of the question about land ownership and jurisdiction and what parts of county function there, and then how much that cost is going to be. What part does the county meet the state or the federal government on? So I think, again, to many people's points, there's a lot more conversation to have, but I would recommend everybody go back, look line through the statute and see what was never stood up as part of county function in Kalawao.
Mahalo for pointing that out. That's a very important detail. And even more so important because the bill is before the legislature now. And that's a discussion of if those functions or exemptions would continue on, or if it would be removed. And if they are removed, there would be new costs that did not apply because they were exempted under the statute, which is in SB 1432 and could be repealed, and then the exemption is no longer there. And so that's some of the discussion that we need to have. Okay. Member Sugimura and myself. Okay, so for my turn, Ms. Buchanan, I wanted to, I know you had a lot of information in your testimony, and like everyone said, 4 minutes is not enough time to cover all the things. And I promised to have another meeting on this because there's so much to it. But I was hoping that you could share a little more with the committee, the things that you hope that we don't miss and consider.
Oh boy.
Just a small question.
I hear everybody's concerns. And everybody is good and correct. And please don't take my 3-minute testimony as I don't support Molokai sovereignty and wanting to own its own future. But I'm also like a closet bureaucrat. And I really know the complexities of how it's going to have to be in statute in order to make changes, and it's so complex. I agree with everybody. But what I've seen throughout my lifetime on Molokai is I get to sit across you guys. I see you guys come to Molokai, I talk to you folks. I talk to you over. The county has always been on Molokai, the go-to in times of emergencies. And when this community needed the help the most, the County of Maui has been there to provide it. No disrespect to the state of Hawaii, but logistically, the county is here to pick up the pieces, whether it's a flood, whether it's the police coming to a call for help. And so my support at this time is maybe, I wouldn't say short-sighted, but I definitely know what most people don't know, and I've read the statute, believe me, 100 times. The beginning, it is so difficult. If we cannot have home rule tomorrow, the closest to me would be for Maui County to provide oversight now. Nobody says that in the future we cannot have our own county. But tomorrow, the Department of Health is saying, we out, I'm out. Last patient, I'm out. I'm sorry, here it is. Park Service is here saying, okay, we assume our responsibilities. However, we do have this memorandum with Department of Health, DHHL. DHHL on the record just said, no, we're not interested. Years of in writing and testimony to 3 different chairs of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, on asking them to take back the leases, much like the state in Pohakuloa and every place else, has been met with, no, we do not have money. Everything comes down to money, and everybody's relinquishing that responsibility because they always have to go back to the legislature and ask for money. So the feds come in with whatever they have, but there is still the big disconnect. And for my life on Molokai, the county and the county council has been the people here to help this community the most. And that's why I'm gonna support at this time, because you're here today. And I just heard my county council person tell me, I'm gonna listen to you. Nobody from the feds and the state is telling me that they're gonna listen to me and take it into consideration. So that's all I have to say. And Miki Ala too, she's a wealth of information. But thank you very much for asking.
Did you have anything additional to add, Ms. Vizcaya? Mahalo, Ms. Buchanan. Appreciate that. Okay, members, it's 12:20. I know you folks had additional questions. I believe Acting Chair Kanaka Ole will need to leave for another meeting. That's at 1:30. Dr. Felton already had to leave at noon. Any other resource folks would not be able to return after lunch. Okay, everybody's good. Okay, all right. Is it okay if we break till 1:30? Any objections to reconvening at 1:30? Is that enough time for everyone to have lunch and nourish yourselves? Okay, good. Okay, it's 12:20 and we're gonna reconvene. Oh, let me just check the chat real fast. Okay. It's 12:21 on January 29th. We will reconvene at 1:30. The KŌMIKE ALOHA ʻＡINA is now in recess.
visitors. I do believe that there needs to be further conversation and discussion about Native Hawaiian access, and that needs to be a conversation that's had with the state agencies as well as the federal agencies, because it might be better to permit that through the state rather than the federal government for several reasons. But there's currently no formalized access. We've been working through requests on a request by request basis. There is, you did hear from R.W. Meyer, they do manage the access of the trail. The beginning of the trail is across their private property. There has never been a formal arrangement between the Park Service and the private property owner for access for visitors. There is a handshake agreement for staff for the state and federal agencies to cross. But we do enforce entry without a permit on behalf of the state. So through our superintendent's compendium, we enforce trespass if you enter without a state DOH permit. So we adopted their permit system through that process. So long story short, I think that's the big elephant in the room is how do we discuss access in all of its iterations, visitor access, access for guests and residents, access for individuals who have traditional and customary practices or associations to Kalaupapa. And from my understanding, when I look at the general management plan of the Park Service, that is what's missing, quite frankly. And I feel like that's the big conversation moving forward that I would like to start having. Does that answer your question? I just want to make sure I got all the bits. All right. Great question.
Thank you.
Okay, mahalo, Member Sinensi. Chair Lee, did you have any additional questions? Okay, mahalo. All right, I guess I have one last question, and this will be for the administration and maybe our resource folks. Okay, so recognizing how challenging it was to pause the forward movement of SB 1432 last session, that the likelihood of SB 1432 passing this session is pretty high. Managing Director or Public Affairs Director Martin, what other information do you feel that you would need to know before this bill passes this session?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll provide some comments, and of course, if Mahina has any additional information or whatnot, happy to take that as well. I think one of the biggest, at least operational considerations for us is just making sure that everybody's clear, both the state, county, feds, that we're all on the same page as to roles and responsibilities, as well as application of costs and who is required to bear that burden or responsibility. And then I think just the second thing is that, we did hear through testimony today, but I think also in our own, talkings and meetings and hearings and whatnot with members of the Molokai community, as well as those who have had family members at Kalaupapa, as well as those who have worked really hard to help protect and care for that place, that, there isn't a clear consensus, I think, of what we heard, that the community is wanting the county to step into that role. And so, to the extent that we can, we want to make sure that we're working with the community, not against the community. And if there's ways that we can help accomplish that, either through the legislation or in ways in which we work together or kind of set out the parameters of how Kalaupapa will be managed in the future, we want to make sure that occurs so that our community concerns and voices are heard and then are respected in the decisions that we make. So I don't know, Mahina, if you have anything else to add to that.
Yeah, thanks, Managing Director. And thank you again, Co-Chair. You know, it's important to understand the runway on this because the legislation, you know, has a short shelf life, you know, if they're going to push it through in the next few months. And it's going to bear down on a time frame after the last patient passes. And so, you know, we have to acknowledge that the frailty of those patients. And so that could occur way into the future or very near in the future. And so for our team internally, of course, you know, an assessment team has to be, you know, geared up more than, you know, our current inquiries and wonderings. But it's also very important to parallel that with what the community beneficiaries, and I think there's like 5 state agencies that have jurisdiction. So understanding what their expectations are or their own operational, you know, needs or their own requirements of serving those that they exist for are really important. So there's almost like, you know, a few tracks that are going to have to run at the same time. So, you know, of interest to us also is that time frame that, you know, if it's 1 year after the last patient passes, that could be soon, that could be down the road. So it's difficult. It's very complicated to plan with all of those in the making. So we would want to continue to be in discussions with Department of Health and the other entities, the 405, because I don't think DOT is on the map, but they have the airport, you know, that they have to oversee. So there is some responsibility there and some interaction, but also, you know, with the communities, the beneficiaries. So all of those things have been something we've been watching carefully and monitoring the legislation last year. You know, as you know, we were a little concerned with how quick it was getting ramped up, and just trying to learn quickly from it. So appreciate the question. And we'll have to continue to work very closely with the DOH team on that and the introducers of the legislation and figure out how to get those tracks going. You know, I'm sure Josiah and that team will be able to ramp up the things we need to do in terms of operationally. But communicating to the public, you know, in our communities, we could hear today and early on, you know, that interest of further down the road, what happens, all of that has to be taken into consideration, or we'll be getting things in motion without that, you know, in mind. So communicating to the public is going to be one of the crucial things we'll have to be engaged in as well. Thank you.
Mahalo, Managing Director and Public Affairs Director. Any of our resource folks in person here want to add anything else that you'd want answers to before the legislation passes, if it passes this session? Yeah. Okay, mahalo, Ms. Holman.
I do think, and this has been discussed a bit today, is the complicated jurisdictional nature when it comes to compliance and permitting is already very robust and already very difficult to navigate through. And I'm not advocating to remove opportunities for the public to comment, but I am advocating that whatever process we have is very clear to everyone, so the agencies themselves and the public, so that they know what process to hold us accountable to, us collectively as land managers there. It is not clear now. And so if we add another layer in there, I just want to make sure that, again, it's very clearly articulated so everybody knows what expectations are.
I appreciate that. Ms. Vizcaya.
And currently the residents of Kalawao County do not exercise or have access to the same privileges other county residents have, in the sense they don't vote for their officials. The mayor is appointed by the governor. There are not just basic rules that exist where we can where they have a voice. The residents, the people are actually living their day-to-day and are expected to behave in a certain way. They're very self-policing. I invite any government official who may have mana to come and visit Kalaupapa, to sit and talk with the residents who know firsthand. We often facilitate these conversations with ideas, with information that are reports or are framed oftentimes by other government officials. And sometimes if you want to have really authentic information, you need to just walk amongst the people. And so anybody out there who is interested in that, you know, please express that and see if we can facilitate that, because yeah, what is in writing is not always what's the best quality information. And we really want what's best for Kalaupapa. And there's no one who knows Kalaupapa better than the people who are living there right now, day in and day out. They couldn't come to this meeting because they're out there fixing the roads and fighting invasive species and protecting, you know, our cultural resources. They're busy, they're working, but they don't ever get the chance to speak on behalf of Kalaupapa. And that's a Molokai thing. We cannot stand when other people from outside make decisions for Molokai and don't come ask Molokai. But then why do we turn around and do that to Kalaupapa? So equality for the community who is there today. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Ms. Vizcaya, and I'd be happy to facilitate that with you and Ms. Holman. I know it'll take at least a couple of months with all the layered jurisdiction and restrictions. Member Fulton.
I just was wondering if they would make their own working group to, I mean, I heard about the transition plan and the transfer plan, but if they're not involved in that, then are they into or desire to make their own working group where they chart their own destiny? Because I'm for what you said, but I don't know what it is that they want. And there's the upcountry ag working group and like that, and they have all these ideas and they're turning it into legislation.
Absolutely. I'll give you an example. So for years, DHHL has come and they only look at the residents as workers, staff. They're identified by their employers, and they were talking, the staff of DHHL were speaking on behalf of the beneficiaries, and people who were in attendance raised their hand and asked, when do I get recognized then as a beneficiary in this conversation? Because I am Hawaiian, I'm living in a DHHL house right now, I have a homestead topside, I am your beneficiary who happens to also work for the state or federal agency 40 hours of the week. The rest of the time, can I just be maka'inana? Can I just be heard as a maka'inana? And so you're right. And that was the first time DHHL shifted their approach and started having, I think they've had 3 conversations inviting the community who are Hawaiian and living there to start collecting information. And they're the only agency that has done it on that level of just talking story. So even for this other level of planning, I'm not sure, but it's hard because I don't know if Maui County can come in to talk to people who are not really in your jurisdiction.
Yeah, I mean, I just would say, like, from what I've seen about the upcountry working group, like, one politician many years ago assembled them and they ran with it. Like, nobody would give them permission to continue. Nobody would give them permission to meet. They show up to our meetings and they say, I'm a member of the upcountry ag working group. So that would just be my input is, you are a group by defining your own self and what you, like, you know, your mission, your vision, whatever. And you don't need permission from us. Because
Kalaupapa Homesteaders Association will convene next month. I hear you. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Ms. Vizcaya. Ms. Buchanan. And then I see Ms. McPherson and Ms. Martin with their hands up one line. Ms. Buchanan.
I was going to say, you can let them go. Yeah.
Do you want me to?
I can comment after. I'll
Ms.
let you and
McPherson.
Nancy get to say it.
Okay. Ms. McPherson.
Oh, wait, now I'm worried, boy. Okay, when the Hawaiian Homes Commission went down to Kalaupapa last year in April after their regular meeting, they did encourage the beneficiaries who live and work down there to form some kind of association. And so, you know, again, we have been remiss in following up on that, but we are looking at trying to come down there again in the spring, maybe late March, early April, and then also to start holding meetings topside Molokai to talk about Kalaupapa. But because this bill is in play and this is an urgent matter, you know, we may just start by focusing on that and get their sentiments, because we will want to submit testimony on the bill when the time comes. Oh, mahalo.
Mahalo, Ms. McPherson. Director Martin.
Oh, hello. I just wanted to address a little bit about the path forward for the county's engagement with community beneficiaries, descendants. You know, it's not going to be perfect. It almost never is, but we have a commitment to community and at least a process of allowing the discussion, the dialogue, and the input to happen. One of the challenges will be, as you just heard from DHL, is that the other entities are also having discussions, dialogues. So, you know, sometimes it's too many meetings for people to just keep going to. I know that, Lori, that's your favorite thing too, right? And so we want to be cognizant of that. And so when I say that we're participating, observing, that is part of it, just kind of absorbing as well what is being learned from the different agencies, because they have their own, you know, community and their own beneficiaries and who they're accountable to. So it's important that we balance all of that, that we not, you know, continue to have people repeat the same thing over, but learn from that, apply it. And it's going to bump up against a very, you know, challenging time frame as things go, and people's anxiety, you know, they're worried about, well, what's going on? Well, we try to figure it out. But I just want to kind of insert that, you know, we have definitely, this administration has a very strong commitment to community. And we've done that, you know, in many ways that we can. And so we'll apply that same, you know, perspective and commitment as best we can to any transition effort as we begin operational transition efforts. So it's kind of this double thing. So mahalo.
Mahalo, Director Martin. Ms. Buchanan.
I'm gonna be the bad guy. Not that I want to. I've heard. I'm a stickler for metadata and definitions, and so I've consistently heard from resource people on this meeting today, starting from the Department of Health all the way down, that the intertwining of residents, the definition of residents. By my definition, there are no residents in Kalaupapa except for the patients who could be defined as residents. Other than that, every support staff has been staff or volunteers. Superintendent Mikiala can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. I think if you put up on TMK or a county, you're not going to find anybody that has parcels that are privately owned. And then those that were privately owned in some convoluted long contracts had to give up that residency or those parcels within the park. And that's a whole nother thing, okay? We need to talk about stuff like that. So remember, you just heard from the superintendent that access is an issue. Access has been an issue for years, okay? So I said the people lucky enough to be employed and live in Kalaupapa is a very small and fortunate group of people dedicated and sacrificed to be kokua to the patients. And I really appreciate that, because in that are families like Mikiala's who can look back and generationally they have always been kokua. So I just want to put that on the record, because you have a flood of beneficiaries The same problem we're having now with Manae, where there's a small parcel of land available, and under DHHL, it's open to every beneficiary, no matter if you live in Georgia or wherever. And then if you live in Georgia and you want to move to Kahikinui under one sustainable type of living, you have no idea. So these is other discussions that have to occur. So I just don't want to, I don't want to put people in silos, and I don't want to section off people, that some people have more rights to the land that is ceded, not ceded lands that belong to all of us, in order to have this discussion. Again, back to the transparency of discussion and inclusive of everyone's, you know, mana'o. So that's all I have to say. Just bring it back down. And to Nancy and DHHL's credit, they did try to start forming beneficiary groups. And so I give them credit for that, for trying to work through this. But obviously, it's much bigger than that. Thank you very much.
Mahalo, Ms. Buchanan. Okay, seeing no other questions, I'll ask if there's any final remarks from anyone on this item before we defer this item. Okay, yeah. Okay. Deputy Director Morikawa, would you please explain what you put into the chat for the members?
I just wanted to bring up, since everyone's really concerned about the timeliness of having to respond to this Senate bill that's being reintroduced, that Senator DeGoy did inform our office that she has also introduced legislation. So I just sent you the PDF that she sent us to inform us, just so that you're aware.
Thank you so much for flagging that for us. Okay, so Senator Lynn DeCoy introduced Bill SB 2799, which is in our chat, and I'll ask staff if we can please upload that to Granicus at a later time, and that way we we'll be able to, you know, follow that too. At this time, I don't know what could be the differences between SB 2799 and 1432. I'll have to, I don't know if you know, Deputy.
Well, so basically, it's asking that, so it's referring to transition planning. The Department of Health, in consultation with the Department of Land and Natural Resources and the Department of Hawaiian Homeland, shall submit to the legislature no later than, et cetera, specification of the Department of Health's Department of Land and Natural, DLNR, and DHHL's interest in and responsibility over Kalawao County or the Kalaupapa settlement, details on the plans and necessary procedures for the permanent transfer powers, the pre and post transfer roles and responsibilities, budget proposals for the transfer, and proposed statutory deadlines for the transfer after the passing of the last patient. So it's just asking again for another plan, but it's again putting the Department of Health kind of in that role of trying to develop this, but we have put together as much as we can so far, but given the time frame, just wanted to make sure that, you know, you guys are aware so that you'd have the opportunity to review and possibly weigh in.
Appreciate that. And I'm sorry for this final question, but do you know if this would preclude the passage of SB 1432? Like, is she planning to do this first and then take up, you know, dissolving or transitioning of Kalawao County?
I believe they're running concurrently. They're just two separate bills.
Okay, mahalo for that. Okay, seeing no other comments, let's see. This is a Rule 7B, so no legislative action. Any objections to deferring this item at this time? Mahalo, members. Okay. So for the next item, Kalaupapa Memorial Monument, we have, we can invite Ms. Munson to the desk. Okay, for our second item, no legislative action is planned. And again, We're grateful to have presenters to share some of the background of the Kalaupapa Memorial Monument. Some of you may have received the packet that Mr. Vanderbilt sent to your offices. That same packet is available on Granicus under this item for everyone to see, as well as the presentation from Ms. Munson. Joining us for this item is Valerie Munson, Executive Director of Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa, and DeGray Vanderbilt, also a member of Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa, as well as all the previously designated resource persons. Any objections to having them continue to be designated as resource folks to the committee under Rule 18A? Any objections? Okay. For this item, we will start with a presentation from Director Munson on the proposed Kalaupapa Memorial Monument. And then please save your questions until after we close public testimony. Okay, Ms. Munson, are you ready?
Can people see the presentation? What about the public? It'll be on there? How do we get it on there? Okay. Can you help it?
Okay, and you'll see Granicus item number 3 on mauicounty.us, the presentation from Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa, as we get that uploaded and screen shared.
She will be there. Yeah.
While we're getting that loaded, Ms. Munson, would you like to begin with introductions
Yeah,
or anything?
We can just introduce ourselves. So my name is Valerie Monson. I'm now Executive Director for Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa, but I started going to Kalaupapa in 1989 as a reporter for the Maui News. At that time, you know, it was a very different way the history was being told. It was mostly a history of Father Damien, and the residents were described pretty much as anonymous patients, and they weren't described in very nice ways. And I just remember thinking, I'm not so sure about this. When people describe to you, everybody was like this, you kind of question that. And so during my first weekends there, I became more and more impressed with all the people of Kalaupapa. You know, how accomplished they were, how eloquent they were, how kind they were, how much fun I always had over there. And so I just kept going back more and more. I thought they needed to be interviewed. We don't need to only be writing about Father Damien, we need to be writing about them. And so, so that's kind of been my mission for the last 40 years. You know, I know Lori said she spent half her life being involved with Kalaupapa, and so have I. One of my closest friends, you'll meet in a minute, Bernard Punikaya, and Bernard was an activist, one of the great leaders of Kalaupapa, and he became a very close friend. And he's the reason I'm in this position now with Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa. And so when we get the slideshow set up,
it's up.
It's up. There it is. Thank you.
I'm sharing it. You can let me know if you want the next slide.
Oh, okay. So I'll talk about this one. And so DeGray, do you want to? So this is DeGray Vanderbilt, who's one of our memorial committee leaders and is also on our board of directors and an officer.
Yeah, I was a.
Oh, I'm sorry. Into the mic.
Yeah, my name's DeGray Vanderbilt. I lived on Molokai for about 35 years, and then Valerie never wanted to move to Molokai, and I never wanted to move to Maui. So we sort of had a long distance relationship, but we're getting over now. So I caved and moved to Maui. But anyway, no, I was one of the founding members of Ka'ohana o Kalapapa, and I served as Santa Claus down there for a quarter of a century. And I read something about anonymous testimonies, and I remember getting up before the county council one year, and they said, "Could you introduce yourself?" And I said, "Oh, my name's Santa." And they said, "What? You don't believe in Santa?" "My name's Santa." And I had made up a county ID, but they said you can't testify unless you say what your name is. So I thought that was kind of clever, because now they're sort of changing it where you can testify anonymously. But anyway, I've been involved for a long time.
So mahalo, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez, for allowing us this opportunity to share plans about the memorial. And mahalo to the committee for all of your interest. And I know that there's two of you, at least, who have family at Kalapapa. So that's great to hear about, and maybe more. So this is Ka'ohana o Kalapapa. We were established in 2003. And the three men in this slide were instrumental in how we organized. On the left is Bernard Punikaya. Like I said, one of the greatest leaders in the history of Kalapapa, and as far as I'm concerned, one of the great leaders of Hawaii. Bernard had, excuse me, had amazing vision. And back in the 90s, he was already seeing the number of residents passing away and aging, and he could see the numbers of workers getting more, the number of residents getting less. He could see the balance of power changing. And so he was already, he started already talking about how we need to make sure our voices stay strong. So it was his idea to bring together family members and friends to serve as support for them, to make their voices stronger. So he and I have been talking about this for about 30 years. So Bernard had the idea for Ka'ohana o Kalapapa. We finally organized in 2003. Henry Nalaialua, the man in the middle, who was a great artist, designed our logo that we have been using ever since. And then Makia Malo, the man on the right playing the piano, he created our motto, which was kind of a summary of our mission statement. E ho'ohanohano, a e ho'omau, to honor and to perpetuate. So Ka'ohana o Kalapapa was established by the residents as a way to keep their voices, make their voices stronger in the present, and keep their voices alive in the future. And all three of these men have now died. So this was the reason for Ka'ohana, was so they would go on even if they're not with us physically. So, you know, when we started in 2003, many people said we wouldn't last a year. And in 2023, we celebrated our 20th anniversary. A lot of people think of us as only the memorial, but the Ohana has done a lot of, excuse me, slide, Keani. I'm sitting here flipping them. I forgot you were doing it. There. So many people think of us as the memorial only. We have been doing a lot of other programs the 23 years. These are our traveling exhibits that have been on every island at least once. Up in the upper left-hand corner, you can see Molokai resident Timmy Leong and photographer Wayne Levin installing a photo exhibit of 100 photos of the people of Kalapapa and their families that's at the Molokai Museum and Cultural Center. It's been there for over 10 years. So we like to think of it, I mean, it's a permanent exhibit, and we couldn't be happier about that. In the lower right-hand photo is our historical exhibit when it was on display at Molokai High School. That historical exhibit has also been displayed at I think it's St. Damien Church now, or is it still St. Sophia? I'm not sure. St. Damien Church. And it was actually here in Mitchell Paoli Center for Makahiki Games a number before COVID. So our exhibits, we try to get our exhibits around to different places in the community. Right now, the historical exhibit just opened at Kapiolani Community College. And then we still have the photo exhibit in Kalai. We also do books, educational materials, webinars, in-person presentations. The book at the bottom, Yours Faithfully, Ambrose Hutchison, just won an award. It was our 8th preservation award by Historic Hawaii Foundation. On the far right, you can see a booklet about the historical exhibit that is completely in Olelo, Hawaii. And we get a lot of comments on that from teachers. Bernard always had the hope that family members would get more involved at Kalaupapa. You know, when I first started going, it was more friends who were coming to the settlement just because of the separation that had happened over the years. A lot of families were just disconnected. And Bernard always felt, he always wanted families to be proud, people to be proud that their family was part of the ʻāINA, part of the soul of this land. And we're finding that people are proud to be part of the ʻāINA. You know, this was when we used to be able to have large gatherings at Kalaupapa. You can see the number of people who we would bring together. And always the highlight of our gatherings were we would have what we call our Circle of Remembrance at the future site of the Kalaupapa Memorial in Kalawao, where we would all hold hands and we would speak aloud the name of an ancestor or a loved one who has died at Kalaupapa, just kind of like letting them know that their names are still important to us until the memorial is built. It's always the most emotional part of our gatherings. And you can see we have also ceremonies where we present lei to the ahu that was built there by family members and by our president, Bugi Kahilihiva. So the restoration of family ties, this is a program I'm so very proud of, because when we started the Ohana, we really didn't realize the impact we were going to have on bringing families back to Kalaupapa. These three families here, they're fortunate that they all have that their ancestors all have tombstones. They all have marked graves. But for I think it was mentioned earlier, of about 8,000 people who died at Kalaupapa, only about 1,000 have grave markers. So most people, family members who we take over there, we can't find the actual final resting place of their ohana. That's why the memorial is so very important to them. They want to touch those names. So we have helped more than 1,000 descendants either learn about or learn more about their Kalaupapa ohana. We're really proud of that. And we try to have family gatherings when we can. When we first started, we learned we had to have Kleenex boxes around the tables, because for many of these family members, it was the first time they talked about their kupuna in public, and it was very emotional for them. But because there were so many other family members around, it felt like a comfortable place to do that. These are just some of our other programs. I'm not going to go into it, but we are so much more than the memorial. I always say that the memorial is the core of what we're doing, but all of these other programs are spokes of the memorial. They're all related. They're all related about the people. And so I'll explain the meaning behind the memorial in a minute, but I wanted to give you a background of it. So this is Paul Harada. Paul Harada was really another one of the great leaders of Kalaupapa. He was a real thinker. And Paul always felt that the people of Kalaupapa had expressed their thanks to the state for providing them with health care, their homes, their food, their meals, after being sent there. But he felt the state had never thanked the people of Kalaupapa for the sacrifices they made and all the freedoms that they gave up. When I interviewed Paul, he said, "I came here so you wouldn't have to." And that basically sums it up. They went to Kalaupapa so the rest of us wouldn't have to. And then after I started coming in, so that was before that. So Paul had that idea 40 years ago in 1985. I wasn't there yet. But when I started, shortly after I started going in 1989, Ed Kato, an artist originally from Hana, he said, wouldn't it be great if we had a memorial at Kalaupapa like the Vietnam Memorial that would list the names of all the people who were sent there, right? At first we thought, well, can we still find all those names? And believe it or not, we believe we have, or found very close to most of those names. So the memorial was kind of in and out of people's thoughts until these two women in 2003 decided they were going to really push it. This is Ku'ulei Bell. I heard her name mentioned earlier during the testimonies as someone's ancestor. Ku'ulei was the longtime postmaster at Kalaupapa. And Piolani Mota, whose mother was born at Kalaupapa, and her grandparents are buried there in unmarked graves. So the two of them, Kiana, you can flip. the two of them circulated a petition around Kalaupapa in the summer of 2003 for a memorial. Keep in mind, this was before Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa. And you can see all the signatures that they got. So we organized two months later. Bernard was the leader with 19 other Kalaupapa residents. And all in this room, there were 70 people. If you can imagine 70 people at Kalaupapa, I think that's more than there are people there today completely. And so for our first meeting, it was about 20 Kalaupapa residents, only about 15 family members at that time, and the rest were friends, staff, clergy. And at that time, we decided to officially organize Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa. So we had to decide upon our leaders. So Bernard Punikaya was elected chairman of the board. The first theme of that workshop was Together Our Voices Are Strong. Ku'ulei Bell was our first president. Winnie Harada was our first vice president. Gloria Marks was our first treasurer, and Gloria was on our board from the beginning until her death this past October. So for the first time now, our Ohana no longer has Kalaupapa residents on our board. So we're transitioning too. And that's Meli Watanuki, another founding member with Gloria. Boogie Kahili Hiva, who was on our first board of directors and became president in 2009 after the death of Ku'ulei, and served as president until 2021. Boogie was a brilliant man. I loved working with him and working with him on our letters and our testimonies. Makia Malo, who you saw in the first slide, was also on our first board of directors. Colette, I don't think your Ohana is going to show up, Shane. Sorry, Councilmember Sinensi. I had her there, so she's not. I've got her right here. So I'll show you later. I added her later. On our first board of directors was also Colette Machado. I think you all hopefully remember Colette, a very strong voice for Upper Molokai, and this is her ancestor who was at Kalaupapa, Rose Ka'ilipone Nailau Pea. So the Ohana, this was our goal, bringing together family members to help support the community of Kalaupapa. Paul Harada with his brothers, Jean Shimose, the niece of the great Kenzo Seki, Wesley Horry, the grandson of the man at Kalaupapa, who inspired the building of the Kalaupapa cross at the top of the crater. So when we organized that first organizational meeting, the people of Kalaupapa asked that the memorial be a priority for our new organization. So the first thing we did was go to the Park Service to ask them to partner with us on a memorial. And the Park Service said they didn't want to do that. So we decided we're gonna try to do this anyway. And we found out the only other way you can get a memorial within the boundaries of a national park unit is to get an act of Congress. And so at that time, of course, we had no money. We're out in the middle of the Pacific, and Congress, like the council, gives you 6 days notice. So we had 6 days to try to get somebody to Washington. So Piolani Mota, we borrowed, oh, you can go back. So Piolani Mota, we borrowed frequent flyer miles to get her to Washington. And she provided testimony. We had other testimonies, but the Park Service testified against it and said there was no consensus for a memorial. So we had 10 days to prove that there was consensus or the bill would die. So this was a tall order for us, but it turned out to be a blessing. So we put wording on the petition as we were told to by Congress, and then we took it around Kalaupapa and Leahi Hospital. The first person to sign was the woman in red, Gertrude Ka'avai. She and her sister signed. And then Gertrude looked at me and said, "Can I sign for my mother?" Her mother died at Kalaupapa before she was sent there. And her grave and her tombstone was washed out by the 1946 tsunami. So I told Gertrude, yes, sign for your mother. And then she wanted to sign for another family member who was there. People at Kalaupapa heard about this. So they all started signing for their family members who were in the cemeteries who had died. So the petition that we sent, you can move, Keani. So the petition we sent to Washington had more signatures of people than were living at Kalaupapa. We also got a letter of support from then Governor Linda Lingle, Haunani Apoliona, for the Board of Trustees of OHA, Micah Connie, Hawaiian Homes, Bishop Larry Silva, the Catholic Church, and the Reverend Charles Buck, who was the Hawaii Conference Minister for the United Church of Christ. So Congress decided there's consensus, and the bill stayed alive. So Ed Case had been the congressman who introduced the bill for us originally, but he stepped down from office, and Mazie Hirono took his place. And you know, Mazie has been our champion. I feel so bad that we have not gotten this built, you know, because without her, it would never have made it through Congress. And so here she is at Kalaupapa, kind of just, you know, people go there and they kind of feel a presence, and they want to, you know, at the side of the Baldwin home. You're there. So the bill passed the House in February of 2008. We got a lot of editorials of support, and then it was going to move on to the Senate, where of course we had Senators Akaka and Senator Inoue, who were both very supportive. And as Representative Hirono at the time said when this passed, a memorial listing the names is the least we can do to honor their lives and sacrifices. We also had an editorial in the New York Times urging for the names to be remembered. So the bill passed the Senate, and then it was signed into law by President Obama. Our bill was wrapped into a package of other land management bills, and it was the first bill that President Obama signed. So we were really proud of that, and we were very happy that it was him who signed, because we know he would have known where Kalaupapa was. So after we get the congressional, we thought that was it. We thought that was the hard part. Now we get to deal with the state. So, you know, we ain't seen nothing yet. So I think, you know, I mean, I look back at it, and even though we seem to have delays and things, we actually made a lot of progress from 2010 until 2020. We received 3 unanimous approvals from the Board of Land and Natural Resources. In 2013, they approved a 65-year lease for us. They had to make a correction in 2014 because they forgot to include that we needed to do an environmental assessment, which we already knew we had to do, but they had to make it official. And then in 2018, we got a unanimous approval of the environmental assessment, which approved the site of the memorial at the old Baldwin home, which is where the residents wanted it. We also had a unanimous approval from the State Land Use Commission that the memorial is an appropriate use of the land. And they also said it would be an improvement to the land. So we have slowly been going through these you know, we're a grassroots organization, right? We're mostly volunteers. So for us to get this far, you know, all of that has just been, it's been quite amazing to me. You know, I thank all of the people who've given so much time and money to get us as far as we have. So this is the design of the memorial. We brainstormed this memorial, Boogie, family members out at Kalawao, out at the site. For those of you who have been to Kalaupapa before, it's across from St. Philomena Church. This is in the original settlement where the early people lived. So these 2 interlocking circles, the upper circle represents the people of Kalaupapa, the people who were taken away from their families and sent to Kalaupapa, you know, at a time when they needed their families the most. The lower circle, and their names will be engraved on those slabs around that upper circle. The lower circle represents the families who were left behind and their descendants. And then where the circles come together is what Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa has always envisioned, bringing the people of Kalaupapa and their families back together again. So the memorial will be their everlasting presence. This is from a woman whose parents lived and died at Kalaupapa. I want to see all the names. Olivia Braitha. So this is Olivia, and I want to see all the names. So, you know, when people would talk to us about the memorial, it was like they always felt that they were all one big family from 1866 to current times, right? They all felt that they had gone through something similar and that they were all experienced the same kind of thing. And so when Olivia said, you know, in spirit, we are all together. I know their hearts and souls. Catherine Puahala, she basically echoed Paul Harada. Greater love hath no man than to give up his life for a friend. That's what we did. I think we deserve to be remembered. Peter Keola, just like those who went to war and died, there are monuments with their names on it. His mother also died at Kalaupapa. He wanted to see her name. And then, of course, Boogie Kahili Hiva from Kalapana. He was the fourth child his parents had to give up because of the disease, one by one. When you see all the names on the memorial, it will be like everyone from Kalawao and Kalaupapa is standing right in front of you. It will bring tears to my eyes. So by the end of 2020, we thought we were clear. The Park Service, state parks with DLNR, who we were working with at the time, the Ohana, and Group 70, our architects, and SHPD all got together and said, you're ready to go back and get your final lease, your final executed lease. We've done the bulk of the permitting, right? And then we did get a final draft lease approved by the land board chair and also signed off by the attorney general. We accepted that lease. All we had to do was get scheduled for the land board, and we never heard anything. We didn't get scheduled. We called them up. We didn't know what was going on, right? This is early 2021. We thought maybe it has to do with COVID. And anyway, then things started to change. We got people in new positions. And I think that's something that you guys are probably aware of too. When somebody changes a position, we have to change to what they want, right? It doesn't matter what we've done. They're the new boss. And so we change to what they want. And so this is where we started going on to this, you know, we think maybe we make this huge, we take these steps forward and we end up going backwards. So the legislature in 2020 looking at funding, but it stopped with COVID. So we went back in 2022, and by some kind of luck, a reporter with the Star Advertiser called right when that session was starting and asked about the memorial. And we got this great front page article, which it said, "A place for healing," which was exactly what the memorial is going to be. It's not only going to remember the people of Kalaupapa, it's going to help their families heal. So we tested our testimonies at the legislature. This was the youngest one, Nainoa Woodward, who was just 11 years old at that time. The ages of those who testified ranged from 11 to 99. We had asked the legislature for $5 million. That sounds like a lot of money. It is. But for each person at Kalaupapa, that comes out to about a little less than $650 a person. So it's not, we're talking less than $650 to remember a person's name on the memorial into perpetuity. I don't think it's a big cost. So here you can see some of what we have gone through. The legislature unanimously approved the funding in 2022. In fact, the Senate gave us an ovation. We were in the Senate gallery and they asked us to stand up and they thanked us for our perseverance. Governor Ige signed the bill into law in June of 2022. And he thanked the Senate, Senator Linda Coit and Brian Taniguchi for allowing him to sign the bill. And then the money could not be given to us directly. It's being funneled through the Department of Health. And of course, we didn't realize that they have their own additional things that we need to do before the money can be released. So, as I kind of say, I feel like we're kind of stuck in this almost, there's this big hairball of bureaucracy that just keeps getting, bigger and bigger. And you just hope we can get through it. So these were our three kapuna who were on our board for a long time: Boogie Kahili Hiva, Pauline Ahulau Chow, and Gloria Lutu Marks. And we were having we were talking and discussing some of these delays, and they just said, build it while we're alive. And all 3 of them have now passed. So the memorial, as I said, is going to have special meaning. Well, it's going to have special meaning to everyone who had family there. But to these people, the people who can't find the names or can't find marked graves. So David and Chris Mahelona, they believe they have at least 30 relatives who are at Kalaupapa. They have yet to find a tombstone. And so they are big supporters of the memorial. As they say, it would be the second best place for us to leave flowers for our family. Dita Ramler, who testified earlier, talks about she wants to make sure her granddaughter, she just had her daughter just had a little girl, and Dita wants to make sure her granddaughter gets to go to Kalaupapa and see the name of their relative on the memorial. And then Timmy Leong, who was here earlier, but he had to leave. Timmy Leong and his daughter Napua, years ago we had a ceremony at Kalawao where we reconsecrated a field of 2,000 unmarked graves at Kalawao that will be right across from where the memorial is. So even though we don't know the names of those 2,000 people, their names are going to be on the memorial. So with all the delays and everything, I tried, when we sent out our annual newsletter, I always try to keep the stories hopeful, yeah. And this last newsletter, I kind of just put it out there and just said, we don't know when this memorial is going to be built. And, I was expecting to get some, people to respond, you guys are a bunch of failures or they're angry or whatever. And this was the first card I opened with, this is our annual campaign for donations. And it was from a woman who's a descendant. She lives in Illinois. And she says, I am 87, and it is my greatest hope to rub my hands over my grandmother's name at the memorial, Constantina Fernandez. And then she closed with, she said that I hope your next newsletter will be more encouraging. Again, I am so grateful to all of you for your endless patience and continued hard work. God bless all of you. And that's what most of the letters I got, I mean, we didn't get any letter that was critical. We got so many letters that were like, hang in there, keep going. We know how difficult government can be. All these people, and also sending in donations, which we so need. I kind of felt like that, George Bailey at the end of It's a Wonderful Life when his whole community comes, because, this can get really, it's really hard to keep telling people you don't know when they're going to get us. And I tell people at Kalaupapa now, I can't tell them anymore they're going to see their names because I don't know. And so to get the support from the families has meant a lot. Governor Wahehe is one of our big supporters. We had a celebration for Bernard. We can't have the big gatherings at Kalaupapa anymore, so we went to Oahu. And so Governor Wahehe was there, and he said, all of us have a challenge, and that is to join together to bring forth the dream of Bernard and so many others at Kalaupapa of a memorial, so that the future will never forget the sacrifices made. The woman in the pink, Mercy Hutchison Bacon. Oh, I wish she could be sitting up here. We were determined to get her ancestor back into his place in history. He's just buried in the footnotes, even though he was a great leader at Kalaupapa during the time of Father Damien. And when I interviewed Mercy, she thumped her hand on the table and she said, the people of Kalaupapa are the pride of a nation. That's such a beautiful statement. And so, mahalo. And mahalo for your interest and in this. Yes.
Mahalo, Ms. Munson. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Vanderbilt.
You're here.
Into the mic.
I just, we've been talking a lot today about Senate Bill 1432. And in line with this presentation, I'd just like to read the testimony that Gloria Marks wrote from her hospital not long before she died. And this was written on March 12th, 2025. And if I could, I'd like to read it. Aloha, Chair Takayama, and Vice Chair Keohakapu, Choi, and members of the House Committee on Health. I am Gloria Marks, a resident of Kalaupapa, now residing at Halimahalo in Lea'i Hospital. I am a member of Ka'ohana o Kalaupapa Board of Directors. I have attached a picture which means a lot to me. It shows the last 3 Kalaupapa patient residents on the Kalaupapa Board of Directors, Boogie Kahilihiva, Pauline Chow, and me. Both Boogie, who is a past president of Ohana, and Pauline have recently passed away. I am unable to attend your hearing on Senate Bill 1432, so I'm submitting my written testimony. I hope that your committee supports the amendments to the bill which were approved by the Senate WAM committee, especially the ones that call for Ka'ohana and a topside Molokai community organization to be included as members of all the government transaction planning team meetings that are developing the transition plan for the future management and operation of Kalaupapa when there is no longer a patient community there. These amendments adopted by the WAM committee are reasonable, presented to highlight the fact that Ka'ohana has congressional authority to operate at Kalaupapa, which was signed into law by President Barack Obama. Ka'ohana is on the same level as a major Kalaupapa stakeholder as the other 5 entities, all government agencies that operate at Kalaupapa by authority given to them by federal or state statute. Yet the government agencies continue to dismiss Ka'ohana, despite the fact that our organization is one conceived and fostered by the patient residents of Kalaupapa. Given this fact, Ka'ohana certainly must be at the table with government agencies at any future meetings where there is any discussion regarding the future of management and operations at Kalaupapa and its legacy. Thank you for this opportunity to provide your committee with this written testimony. And she attached this picture, which Val showed in her slide presentation. And right up to the end, she was just adamant about we're on the same level as NPS at Kalaupapa, or DHHL, or DOH, yet they leave us out of everything. And so hopefully those of you that may testify Senate Bill 1432 will support that amendment. So thank you. That's
Mahalo, Mr. Vanderbilt. Okay, members, I'm gonna open public testimony. I see some of the folks that signed up are not here, but I'll read their names anyway, in case they're online. One's here. Lori Buchanan, followed by Mark Aquino. Oh, unless didn't mean to sign up for this one. There was some confusion when folks are signing up for testimony. Mark Aquino, Philip Kikukawa, and then Leimana Naki. So sorry. And then same rules. First and last name, 3 minutes. Okay.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Lori Buchanan, Molokai resident. Oh, I had time. I cannot thank Bill enough because I cannot even be here for this. In 1998, I spent a lot of time with other people she just referenced. I became very close friends with Auntie Ku'ule, Auntie Catherine, Winnie and Paul, all of them, Uncle Boogie. Because I was fortunate that one of my first jobs after being a mom for a long time was to get picked up as an PA at the filming of the Father Damien movie. And so that made me walk up and down Kalapapa Trail every day to work. Well, I was in shape back then, 50 pounds of gold. Yeah. But I quickly moved to wardrobe. Under one of the best wardrobe customers in Belgium, Bernadette Kirsten. And she was an awesome wahine. She took me under her wing. So long story short, I got to dress all the patients as part of the movie. And that included changing their bandages. And they don't trust anybody. So number one was gaining their trust and their friendship. And so I get a hard time when the last thing they ask you to do something for them, and you don't do them. I get a hard time with that. So just the fact that Valerie and Decre have been pursuing this for long, the fact that it was initiated even before Kap Mohana was started. If it wasn't for Val, half the stuff of the long history, I wouldn't even know about Kalapapa. And I had to know even more when I came on board for this filming, which was the biggest budget film in Europe at the time that was filmed on location. And I guess I did good because I was the only person from Molokai that got rushed into the IASC as one full-on member of the union, and then taken with them to Honolulu to continue the filming of this movie on the Falls of Clyde and stuff. But the bottom one was, I think, was that really when sealed my commitment to the patients of Kalapapa. Because I sat for hours and hours and hours and listened to all the stories, like Auntie Catherine during the tidal wave. As a child, she saw all the fishes flopping on the shore, and they were so happy because they would run over there for pick them up. They thought it was so cool. Stories like that just stick with me. And I think I couldn't handle if I went to this memorial because I've been to Washington, D.C., to the Vietnam War. And so, again, when somebody asks you to do something and you never do them, that's one heavy burden to live with. And I think that's why Val and Tigre, who can hardly stand up and sit down, is here today, even though they had to spend $1,000 for come today. She spent, that's how much came out of their pocket in order to come yesterday, fly down to Papa, come back up, change their flight on Mokulele, that changed everything. And that's all worth it. Because the kupuna is still talking to you, waiting for you finish your kuleana. So that's it. I'm sorry, I know I'm over time. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Mahalo, Ms. Buchanan.
I support.
Seeing no questions, but thank you for your testimony. The next individuals that signed up to testify, but I don't see them present, and I don't see them online, but I'll just say their names in case. Mark Aquino, Philip Kikukawa, Limana Naki, Walter Riddy, Kahekili Paakala. Okay. Susan Wu Smith online, followed by Nikiala Peskaya.
Can you see me or hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Let me see if I can figure out how to get my video on. Oh, it's been disabled. Okay. Oh, okay.
I can hear you.
Oh, there we are. Okay. Well, thank you for allowing me to testify, and good afternoon. My name is Susan Wu Smith, and I'm the great-granddaughter of Wong Chu. I'm also the secretary of the board of directors for Ka'ahana o Kalaupapa. My connection with Kalaupapa began in 2016. Learning about my great-grandfather started out as a curiosity, a mystery from stories that were told to me by my mom and passed down by her older brothers. I didn't know his name. I didn't know who my great-grandfather was or what he did for a living. I didn't know when he was taken from his family. All I knew was the story that my mom had told me about the men in white coats coming at night, putting her grandfather into a vehicle and taking him away. And he was never returned to the family. She said everyone was crying and the neighbors talked about him being taken to an insane asylum. And his family never told the neighbors that he had been taken away because of leprosy. They felt it was better that the neighbors thought him insane than to know the truth because of the stigma of having leprosy. Well, after years of research and talking to my mom and my aunties and my uncles, they had very faint and sometimes inaccurate memories of him. But I discovered that my great-grandfather was Wong Chu, a successful businessman, a father of 11 children, and he lived on Wong Ho Lane. It's a street that was named after him and after the other owner of the properties that form the street, and it still exists in Honolulu today. I contacted Ka'ahana o Kalaupapa and was able to visit Kalaupapa. Initially, I was reluctant, almost dreading my visit. During my flight to Kalaupapa, and even during the first few hours of my visit, I worried that the trip was going to be filled with sadness and grief. But halfway through the visit, I found myself feeling very proud of my great-grandfather. He and the other residents of Kalaupapa had created a community through their perseverance and resolve. Now I'm fortunate. My great-grandfather, Wong Chu, has a marked grave with a headstone, and I was able to visit his gravesite during my visit. Learning about him and walking where he walked, visiting his grave, it helped to restore his dignity. And I now have a fond memory of him and a high level of respect, rather than the sole image of my family watching the men in white coats take him away. I heard someone once say, "I used to be someone," and it was the saddest phrase I've ever heard. I think of the thousands of others who were forcibly taken to Kalaupapa, most of whom have no marked grave and whose dignity was taken away from them and who used to be someone. But the Kalaupapa Memorial will be a place where families and visitors will see the names of those who were sent to Kalaupapa, where the dignity and pride of the residents can be restored, and where this important part of history can be remembered. And I'm looking forward to the day when I can take my children and my grandchildren to Kalaupapa and to the Kalaupapa Memorial, so this part of my family's history is never hidden and never forgotten again. Thank you.
Mahalo, Ms. Wu-Smith. Members, any questions? Seeing none, well, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Mahalo. The final testifier we have signed up is Mikiala Pescaya.
ʻAINA me ke aloha. As I shared earlier, I too am a descendant of former patients. I also have a background in traditional burial customs. I continue to do AHA Iwi today, facilitating transitions. And one thing that I'm going to just share information, and that is when this law was enacted in 1866, the very first patients, some of them still observed traditional burial practices where you did not mark the graves. You did not kanu the way that we ended up kanuing in Kalaupapa. They were fine not being remembered and taking ʻāINA away from the next generation. They were very thoughtful of where iwi went, and the sands of Kalaupapa hold the generations that came before them. I happen to know that there are kupuna who said, "Do not remember me, do not associate me, do not imprison me in eternity to the narrative of Kalaupapa. I'm so much more than a leper. I'm so much more than this disease. Remember me in my own hanau, in my homelands, in my kulaiwi. Remember me in my communities, amongst my own people. Remember me on Kauai. Remember me in Miloli'i. Remember me for the father and the honest person, the hard worker, everything else. But do not only remember me as being a victim of this disease. There is a kupuna alive today who said publicly last year, when I die, I don't want to be buried here. I do not want to be commemorated here. I do not want a marker here. Take me back home. I want to be with my sweetheart. I want to be with my family. I want my mana and my iwi to go back. He wants to go there. And we said, are you sure? Can we make a small thing with your name? You know, no. My time here is done. And that really solidified for me the span of time. I deeply mahalo the work Ka'ohana has done. They have done something incredible, collecting all of this history, all of the stories, and they were listening in a time nobody else was listening. But they also reflect a very specific era. 200 patients who are alive post repeal of the law. Who advocates for the 7,800 or so patients who did not get a chance and without consent, without a yes? We assume a no. Do you want to be included? Who asks them if they want their names to be indelibly marked on the ʻāINA of Kalaupapa? Are there other ways to honor them? Are there other ways that we can include families in these decisions? And does it have to look like this? And what I've learned in my years being there at President Kalaupapa, when I do have Ohana come, they think to speak up against the memorial is to be disrespectful of the patients who are living. And so they're waiting for this time, and we've not made it comfortable or safe for people to speak up without feeling like they're being culturally or insensitive. And I wish we could have different kinds of conversations around that and look at other alternatives. I'm not dismissing the work. I'm not saying that I'm against the memorial. I'm looking for other ways that we can accommodate so that we don't end up re-victimizing Ohana who do not want to be a part of it. And how do they express that and advocate for themselves for the ones who don't? Oya valeno. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Ms. Pescaya. Seeing no questions, we'll thank you for your testimony on this item. Okay, this will be the last call for testimony. Anyone in person or online? Oops, sorry. Okay. Mr. Vanderbilt, you're going to be a resource person for the committee. You want to testify? Okay.
Mikiala has her views, and that's her views. But I just want to let you know that a descendant was looking on Facebook and saw a post from Mikiala. Well, Val said don't go into it, but it was devastating. And she didn't come talk to us. So anyway, I'm just disappointed. The superintendent knows it. What she did could have had her fired from NPS, but that's over. That's over with now, and we can go forward. I was hoping she wouldn't come back on this because it's just disrespectful to a lot.
I just want to say everybody has a right to feel the way that they do. So personal for us. So
Okay, mahalo, Mr. Vanderbilt. Okay, again, last call for testimony. Seeing no one speaking up or rising to the podium to speak, are there any objections to closing public testimony and accepting written testimony into the record? Mahalo, members, public testimony is now closed, and we'll go into the question and answer portion of this. And then, actually, I forgot one step, and that was to call on the department. Well, okay, public testimony is closed. I'll go first, and then we'll go with Committee Vice Chair Fulton next. So we have the different departments. Department of Health held a meeting last December 8th, which was really productive. And one of the questions I had asked was who would be responsible for the continuation of seeing the memorial through. There you are. Aloha, mahalo for continuing to stay on and provide responses to our questions. Deputy Director Morikawa.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the grant, the $5 million grant, was actually issued to the Department of Health. So we do have that responsibility of seeing it through. There are some conditions, again, that we're trying to work through with Ka'ohana. But I apologize. I've been sick for the last couple of days, so I haven't had a chance to review the details of the grant. Diana is on, but it was, I think, a 5-year with, there might have been an extension. Diana, would you be able to just provide the details of how long the grant goes out to?
Sure. Yeah, no problem. So to be clear, it's not a grant appropriation from the legislators to the Department of Health for the design, planning, and building of a memorial that has been then appropriated through a sole source procurement to Ka'ohana as the group to receive the money to build the memorial. In addition, we spent about 1.5 years working to create a contract for the $5 million that we were able to work with Ka'ohana to get completed. And now we're working through the first stage of that contract, which is to establish a work plan and budget and a schedule. The contract is for $5 million, and we as a state agency feel we are bound by our duties to the public to use public money responsibly and to see through the building of a memorial for the $5 million budget. So we continue to support the building of a memorial to honor the people of Kalaupapa and continue to work with Ka'ohana to try to get this built.
Mahalo, Dr. Felton. Okay, next we have Committee Vice Chair Fulton, followed by Member Cook.
I guess my question is, so the money is still there. What is the holdup currently?
So the concern is that the amount that was appropriated is $5 million. And one of the challenges that we have is that it is the Department of Health's fiscal responsibility to make sure that this monument can be built within this $5 million budget. Currently, the amount that is being projected for this project is over $8 million. And the challenge that we have is either Ka'ohana will need to come up with an additional either appropriation or funding from another source to fill in that budget shortfall, or they need to bring their projections down by modifying the nature of the memorial to work within the $5 million budget. But we don't believe it's responsible for us to go ahead and approve the ongoing construction of a project that doesn't have enough money to be completed without some assurances of the completion.
How long do they have like, is the money there, and how long do they have to try and do either of the options that you mentioned, like 10 years, 1 year?
I'm going to ask Dr. Felton to go through the length of the contract. I think it's probably easier if you kind of give them the guide.
Sure. So the current contract, because it's a sole source procurement, it's a single year, but with an option to renew annually for 6 years. So there is I believe about 5 years remaining in the contract.
On raising the additional money. So this is what the residents wanted, this is when we showed the memorial to the residents who were still living at that time. This is what they wanted. And so we're doing our best to do what they wanted. So I want to repeat, the memorial's not my idea, wasn't DeGray's idea. It came up before we even were involved at Kalaupapa. And so we just became involved with this and are trying to carry on the wishes that they asked us to do, so.
My time is up, thank you.
Mahalo, Member Fulton. Member Cook, followed by Member Batangan.
So can the state deal with it, building it in phases? And I'm just being creative, like they're going to do the whole thing. They only have $5 million now. There's a portion of it that could be built, a memorial portion. And I'm not consulting with anybody, but just I'm a retired contractor, so I can't help myself. Is that an option? And then they continue to work on the fundraising, but it doesn't just stall out.
I think the challenge with something like that would be that for the state, we would need to have something very concrete as to how they plan to raise the additional funding, and that if there are phases, those phases, if they were to actually end without additional funding, that there would be still something in place that would not just be a half completed project sitting in the middle of County.
Thank you for that answer. And that's obviously a very responsible, legitimate deal. It's not unusual for a project, an architect and an engineer to have a phase line, which the first phase would be completed with a balance so that it wouldn't be like a chop suey mislead. Anyway, thank you for your answer. I understand that government has structure, and also I understand how frustrating it can be for people who have demonstrated such resilience and has such deep roots, federal, state, community, that would encourage us, might not enable us to be pliable. But thank you for your continued effort to help them get the funds. Thank you.
Mahalo, Member Cook.
Could I respond? I think if you look at memorials all over, the Flight 93, Oklahoma City bombing, the Arizona Memorial, none of those, they started construction and they didn't have all the funds. I don't know of any memorial anywhere where somebody's required them to have all the funds before they can even start construction. And I think what the land board can do to help is we don't even have entitlement to the land anymore. We had what the land board, whenever you apply for a lease to the land board, they give you a lease, and I call it a conditional lease because it says you're approved. You got final approval for a lease as long as you complete these applicant requirements or other conditions, and then we'll give you an executed lease. But that conditional lease gives lenders the confidence that you can do that. Now, we have raised lots and lots of money. How do you think we got that design done? That takes a lot of money to do that. We didn't even have entitlement, but everybody around the state loves this project, and we've gotten so much pro bono help. And we feel that if the land board, like Val mentioned in her testimony, in 2020, everybody was in agreement. NPS, DLNR, DOH, that we had everything ready to go to the land board to get that conditional lease. And one of the conditions we had to do to even get to that point was the then land board chair said, we want you to accept this lease in a formal written letter, which we did. And then something happened, and we asked the current land board chair, and Dawn Shang, who I hope is feeling better. I don't know what her condition is, but my prayers are with her. But anyway, and she said, oh, somebody didn't do their job. Like, oh. And so, but everything is ready. They could, the lease, our attorneys sent a lease up to them, an updated lease in March of 2024, right? 2024. And it's been sitting there, no response. We had a land board member that wrote the chair and said, let's schedule this thing. Let's get this thing going. No response. When there was no response, Valerie wrote a nice letter to the chair, no response. So I'm hoping that DLNR will just go ahead and schedule that before the land board and get that final approval of the conditional lease. And then that'll really help get these funds. And I believe we can raise them in a very short period of time.
One other thing, Chair.
Please go ahead.
So when the legislation was signed in the summer of 2022, right, by Governor Ige, for $5 million, that was, you know, it's during COVID. So our budget had been put together before COVID. So we knew we already needed to raise another $1 million. We had that within a year. We had 950,000, 750,000 for sure, and another 200,000 that I was very confident of. And then when we got the letter from the Department of Health saying, in order to get the 5 million, we have to do this, this, and this. And then we learned that our conditional lease was no more. I had to contact those big funders and go, well, the conditional lease that I thought we had, we don't have it anymore. And they said, well, we can't give you money if you don't have the entitlement to the land. So they said, come back, but you know, we're hoping they're still, you know, will honor that, you know, or if they'll still have the money. But we had that additional almost $1 million. And then we had to give it back. And now costs have gone up even more because of additional COVID inflation and then these tariffs, you know. And so we've tried to do our due diligence, and yeah.
Okay, mahalo, Member Cook. Next, we have Member Batangan. Before I call on Member Batangan, I just wanted to clarify, because it wasn't clear, that that the $5 million and the responsibility to seeing through the construction of the memorial would remain under Department of Health, regardless of who or what happens to Kalawao County, whether it transitions to Maui County or it becomes Molokai County or whatever happens, that kuleana remains under Department of Health. And then for the committee members, we have resources online and then resources in person. And so I think if you'd be able to direct your question to, or let the resource person know who your question is directed to, then it'll help to facilitate that. Mahalo. Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so I heard Member Cook's question about phasing, and that's not unusual. What does seem slightly unusual to me, though, is the nature of the appropriation. So it's not a grant to a nonprofit. It's an appropriation to a state department who then contracted with the nonprofit. So does that mean if the county wanted to be a contributor to the project, we would be having to grant money to the state or to the State Department of Health, or you guys would accept fundraising efforts from the nonprofit group?
Yes. Well, we would be looking.
Excuse me, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, the appropriation is to the Department of Health, so I'm trying to figure out their system.
So, yes. So thank you. So the project, again, is Ohana's, and they are the ones responsible for raising the funds. We have, there's an appropriation where we are appropriating $5 million for this project. And so, yes, the county would contribute, but it would be to Ka'ohana. What they would need to do is they would need to show a commitment. So we would need something in writing from the county to state that you've committed these funds, and whatever the time frame is for those funds, if it's indefinite, that's fine. But we would need some commitment from you of the terms of those funds. And if those terms are acceptable, meaning that, you know, we're assured that if the project does exceed, you know, a certain amount, that your funds are assured, we could proceed with that. But it would need to, we just need to know that the project can be completed, or at least completed to a phase that that is acceptable as a memorial.
Okay, understood. To Ka'ohana, do you have all of the names of the patients who have gone through Kalaupapa, and is it your intent to memorialize all of them?
Yes. So we have, I mean, I'm not doing the names, obviously. I'm not Hawaiian. We had a historian who put together the original list of names, and now we have a Native Hawaiian genealogist who's been working with us for about 3 years now. Comparing making sure that we get the names as accurately spelled as possible. I hear from family members, and so whenever I hear from a family member, I make sure that the spelling is correct. If it's not, then I, you know, ask them which they think is the correct spelling, and we make note of that. Sometimes there's different spellings on tombstones, et cetera, but we're very confident that we're very close to the names. And, you know, when we went to Congress, you know, the federal legislation not only authorizes Ka'ohana to establish the memorial within the boundaries of Kalaupapa National Historical Park, it says to display the names of the nearly 8,000 people. And we also got opinions from the Office of Information Practices for the Department of Health to release the names for display on the memorial. So we've tried to be doing it the right way.
Thank you. That's my time.
Mahalo, Member Batongan. Next is Member Senensi, followed by Council Chair Lee.
Mahalo, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. My questions, Member Kawanoi Batongan asked some of my questions, so Batongan. Yeah. So I'll come back if I come up with more questions. Thank you.
Mahalo, Member Sinensi. Or is it Sinenchi? Okay, Council Lee. Jenny.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Member Paulton said, "You in the green coat, it's your turn."
Yeah, I have to say that you're one of the few people I can hear, and it was really hard to hear the testifiers and even some of the council members. So, for future reference, Anyway, I thank you, Val and DeGray, for the presentation. I thought it was very moving, and I don't know what to say about government. It's just a totally different beast, and we're guilty just as the state is, you know, as far as falling behind and having so many bureaucratic challenges and whatnot. What can the council do to help you?
You have $3.5 million.
We just might. If you do the rest, I think the council can help you. Thank you.
God.
Yes, I know. We'll start selling Molokai bread tomorrow.
Okay. We'll buy.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Lee. It would be great if we could, you know, one of our ideas has been to go to the different counties and tell the counties, you know, this is the number of people from your county that were sent to Kalaupapa, and also highlight some of the people and all that they contributed to Kalaupapa. You know, I mean, I'm working with the Bailey House Museum. I'm going to give a presentation on people from Maui and how important they were, how they made Kalaupapa a better place. And so we could do that for each of the islands. I'd love to see each of the islands, you know, contribute, because, you know, it's their people. Every community was affected. I think that there were even 30 people from Ni'ihau who were sent to Kalaupapa. So every community lost people to Kalaupapa. And, you know, we're not remembering people only because they had the disease. We're bringing back their lives, you know. One of the things that we're doing to accompany the memorial, because we know when the descendants go to the memorial and they see the name, the next thing they're going to ask is, what more information do you have? And so we're into our second year of creating a digital archive of, you know, for the last 20 years, I've been getting information from family members, and also doing my own research and putting them in manila envelope files, and, you know, also in just boxes that I forget to file or don't have time to file, and then also in the computer. So we now have a digital archivist who's compiling all of that. And then we'll also have a digital list of all the names. So people can just go in and look at this list to see if they had family members, and then we'll give the families access to the files on their ohana, so they can learn more about it, you know, more about these people. And so we're bringing them back to life in a way.
Yeah, I can see that, and I'm amazed at how much you and DeGray have invested in this project. It's incredible. But it's a great project. It's a great project. I have no more questions. Thank you.
It all started with the county. They donated $125,000 back in whenever, which got the start of the design of the memorial. So that was a long time ago. And so thank you, and thank you for your offer to help, because this is going to be, we've had two national park superintendents on our memorial board. And in this packet, well, maybe in this packet, I don't know, but he had ancestors at Kalaupapa. One of the Don Reeser, who was at Haleakala, and he was on the board. And so we've been working with NPS very well in the past. But may I ask something, Chair?
Yes, please proceed.
This is the package of documents that was sent around, I think, on Tuesday to the office, and Val had meant to say that she wanted this, I don't know what the right word is, made part of her testimony.
Yes, it's on.
By reference, yeah.
Yeah, it's online already. We received. I met with Ms. Munson last week.
Okay.
Yeah. And we received it, and I put it electronically on our website.
But could I just, to end up, read what the documents are, just the names of them? No?
If your concern is whether the council members have access to it, they have the access to it.
Okay, yeah. Well, I just thought for people saying, because it's got really a lot of great background, not only for Bill 1432, but just to keep in your file. It's a wonderful package of honors we've received from all the major agencies around the state.
Yeah. And can I say one last, I don't know if we're ready to close, but you know, if this would have been 20 years ago, DeGray and I wouldn't be sitting up here, right? It would be Bernard, it'd be your Kapuna, it would be Ku'ule Bell. Even if it was like 8 years ago, it would have been Boogie Kahili Hiva up here. So we're up here because they're not anymore. They're not with us physically, but they're still with us. So.
And if you could have, before the Land Use Commission, Boogie gave right off the top of his head this strong, moving testimony, not reading from anything. And then he said, you know, it says here you're going to charge us fees. We're just a, so they waived all the fees, and then they waived something else. And so we had some really great presidents and board members that were members of the Kalaupapa community. And as Val said, they were just very akamai and a lot of subjects. So we were very lucky to have been part of that community when it was really a community, and it changed my life a lot, and I'm sure it changed Val's.
Mahalo, Ms. Vanderbilt. Okay, and then I have a quick question, and then Committee Vice Chair Polton has questions. So in response to Member Botonkan's question, you said that you would get some of the names from the death certificates. And then I guess what would be the protocol for getting consent for the names that would be put on the memorial if folks didn't give you that consent, the patients didn't give you that consent?
So far we have heard from nobody that wanted their name. We haven't heard from any family members who want their name. In fact, it's the opposite. People call us up to make sure the name is going to be included. So we went by what the people of Kalaupapa wanted, who organized, who were started the memorial. They wanted to see all the names. They feel that if there's a name missing, it's going to be one of their own family members. So they always considered themselves a family, and so it was their decision to do that. So we're trying to do what's right, and you know, like some of them said, what if my family member would come and I wouldn't be on there? What would they think of then? Bernard always felt that no one has the right to take away someone's name, and I realize we're getting into semantics here.
No, I mean that if there were patients that specifically did not want their names,
if they come to us, and if they don't want if they're living, they can come to us. We've always said that, and we'll leave a blank space.
Okay, so the default is their names would be on this memorial, whether it's so the concern in testimony was that if you know folks didn't want to have their names there.
So I haven't heard from anybody. You know, there was something about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, someone had said that, and it was she had been convinced by somebody else, right, who was saying, you don't want your name on that, do you? It was one of the, you know, someone who was not one of the residents. She's changed her mind, you know, and so, you know, so they get pressured like that sometimes. And like I said, we're doing what the people of Kalaupapa wanted us to do. So if there's other changes, then.
Well, it's just, if there's 8,000 names.
And we're not celebrating the sadness and the death and the shame. This is a celebration of life. And that's what Kalaupapa is. And that's why the history should be taught in the schools. People were dealt a bad hand. They went to Kalaupapa, they sucked it up and became one of the most thriving communities in the state. And it's amazing when you think about it. 150-year history is about to come to a close. And there's people 40s, 50s. You ask them about Kalaupapa, they don't know it. They don't teach it in the schools. It's the most amazing thing. So hopefully that one of the big books, 600 or 700 pages by our historian, was Book of the Year in Hawaii. Would be a great textbook, and kids, I think, would love to talk about it and learn. And
okay, mahalo, Mr. Vanderbilt.
Okay.
That was my question, and then Committee Vice Chair Bolton.
At our last Hawaii State Association of Counties meeting, it was voted or something that I would be the upcoming president for the Hawaii State Association of Counties. So I get to assist the executive director to make the agenda. If you were able to catalog from each island or county the number of people and give a quick presentation, 5 to 15 minutes with a specific ask of the counties, we could agendize that potentially. We meet once a month. I feel close to Makia Malo. He married my auntie, Anne. We can put it out there.
Well, and that would be sort of a going to each county and the names. Each one of those events would be a news story, and that would be very helpful in the fundraising and everything else too. So.
And we're also hosting a Western Interstate Region, May 5th through the 8th, and maybe we can get it in the programming as well, because I know Continental and DC folks are big on memorials. So maybe we could have a small presentation, and I don't know about if they allow donations at that or what, but it is what they consider, I guess, America history as well.
Mahalo, Committee Vice Chair Bolton. Deputy Director Morikawa.
Yes, thank you. I did want to share that our staff have been contacted by family members and even I believe is it a patient who's still living? One of our patients who is still living. And, again, we don't want to name names because, as Mikiala pointed out, people do feel a little bit of, I guess, discomfort at possibly being disrespectful. So, but we did want to share that we have gotten calls about this, that people are not comfortable with their names being associated with this memorial.
Are you keeping track of their contact info so that the appropriate actions can be taken? I'm sure that the staff have the names, but again, the whole reason behind not sharing is because they're not comfortable, and we can ask them if they're willing. But again, it's one of those things where we try to respect their wishes that they're sharing it with us. We would not say it if they haven't shared it with us, obviously, but there is that discomfort. But we can ask them, encourage them, if they are willing to speak with maybe one of the council, maybe perhaps you, council member County, to let at least an official understand their perspective. Someone might be willing to step forward. Or if a process was created whereby they just would have to indicate their preference to not be a part of it. If they
that would be ideal.
That process.
It would be nice if Ohana could put out something that gave people an option, just generically, if anybody does not want their name displayed, please submit your information and very confidentially, just identify that the information would be confidential and they can submit it to, and we can, we'd be happy to, pass that information on our website as well.
Okay. I mean, I'm not volunteering to create the process, but maybe one could be created.
Thank you.
Committee Vice Chair Fulton. Okay, members, any other questions? Meeting around 2, Member Batangan.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is for the Department of Health. I think the full ask, or the ask for full funding would be $3.5 million. But Ohana did mention that they had philanthropic support previously lined up. So my question is, what would the minimum amount be for you guys to be comfortable moving forward with the project? Like if the county came in and were able to fill the gap so that they could move forward with recognition that there was outside funding available, what would that gap be in order for you guys to greenlight the construction of the project? And if you don't know now, you can respond in writing later.
Is this who's the question?
That's to the Department of Health. Oh, okay. What number do you guys need to get to for them to be comfortable allowing you to move forward with design, construction, and then be to that, I don't know, I think the term was like a project that resembles the monument described by law or whatever it was.
So the dollar amount is just one aspect of the terms that they need to meet. There are other conditions that we've been asking about that need to be met. I'm going to let Diana kind of describe all of the different phases of the project that we need items to be fulfilled. I believe in terms of the costs, we would just need to, I don't know that there's a specific dollar amount, but the dollar amount just needs to be very close to what's needed to complete the project. And at this point, we're not totally sure about where those numbers are. But go ahead, Diana.
Sure. Yeah, I think hopefully to answer your question is we just need a work plan and a budget that match the amount of funding either available or secured to be able to be certain that the product or the sort of deliverable from this state taxpayer public money goes to the end goal and the end result, which is a memorial. So I think we're fairly flexible about how that goes. And, it's exciting to hear that there may be some additional financial support available. We just need the budget and the available funds to roughly match.
So then to Ohana, do you have that work planned and a budget with just the shortfall, or is there more work that needs to be done to the work plan?
We turned in what they're calling, I think they're calling it task 1 or whatever. They submitted, we submitted our information, then they came back with their responses, and then we have to respond to their responses. And I think they're going to respond to our responses to their responses. So, so we're having a meeting next week. Our board's having a meeting next week and with some of our consultants. So, but we have been working on, that's where we found out the budget had gone up so much, which, kind of stunned us all. And I guess,
yeah. And, DOH was responsible for a lot of these delays, the recent delays that caused the increase. Now, I don't know if they want to put up any of the money or not, but it's, as Val said, we're working with them, and we've sent them what they wanted, and they said, we need more time to respond to you. So the ball's in their court, and then hopefully that'll get us a little closer. But
and then beyond the initial construction of the monument, are there going to be ongoing maintenance costs?
Yes, and we have had a local foundation who, you know, right after the funding law was in 2022 was signed into law, they stepped up and they said, and because, you know, we're going to build up an endowment, and they said, we want to help you maintain the memorial until your endowment gets built up. And so those guys, you know, because we didn't get any, you know, we thought the money was going to come in about 6 months, right, from the 5 million, and it's not coming, and we've got bills to pay, right? I mean, not me, not my salary, but we have consultants to pay, you know, our designer, they were still working on the engineering, and the person who's preparing the names for us. And so this foundation stepped up. They've given us 110,000 since that point, just to support while we were waiting for the first payment to come from the 5 million that was approved in 2022. So they are still on board with us. I keep my fingers crossed because I'm going, when are people going to give up on us, right? Anyway, but this local foundation, thank goodness, is still with us on maintenance. And yeah.
Since it's go ahead.
And we've been working with the Hawaii Community Foundation, and they're going to do the maintenance endowment, and they're so well respected throughout the state, and so we're really happy to have them on board. And this is going to happen. We just need to get the lease, and we need to get some of the politics out of the thing, and it'll happen overnight.
Since it sounds like the work plan is continuing to evolve, can I ask that you give some thought on how to honor the patients who do not want to be, who do not want their name listed? You know, I know, like the comparison to the Vietnam Memorial had come up. I also know in Washington they have the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, something to that effect, where you can have a generic monument for people who don't want their names there. Because I think that's going to come up. If the question for funding comes before the council, I'm confident that that question is going to come up. So I just encourage you to have some thought on how to address it.
Well, when we've talked about it, we have said we would leave blanks, you know, so we're going to list the names, and if there's somebody that we decide is not going to have their name on the memorial, we'll just leave it blank.
Yes, but not every deceased member is able to speak up, right? So there are 8,000 people dating back, you know, over 2 centuries. There might need to be some consideration for those who can't say that they would not like their names listed.
Mahalo, Member Batangan.
Well, can I just add
Mr.
something?
Vanderbilt.
There were no names. No one requested the names be left off the Vietnam Memorial out of the 58 or 9,000 that the names came over from the Defense Department. And the Vietnam Memorial guy said, even if somebody had objected, a family, they would still put them on. So, but they've had nothing but good things, and they have a file, the wall of names. If you go to the wall of names, type in a name, it'll pull up the picture and a lot of data, family data, and that's exactly what we're doing. So this is going to be a great honor for people for the what they did at Kalapapa and how they turned a bad situation into a good.
Okay, mahalo, Mr. Vanderbilt. Mahalo, Member Batangan. Okay, any last questions from any of the members? Member Cook. And don't forget to speak into the mic.
Thank you, Chair. For our state representatives, either one, did I hear that this was a sole source provider? Is there issue, is that true? And is there an issue with that aspect of it? I mean, have the plans been submitted? Have they been reviewed and approved? I'm not familiar how this works as far as like contractually. Could you clarify that a little bit? If there's any concerns with that, it'd be nice for people to know. Because
Yeah.
it's
Yeah. I think it's a great question. I'd be happy to clarify. In general, we don't feel there are concerns with that at this time. We were able to achieve the sole source procurement designation from the State Procurement Office because of the work Ka'ohana did to get Congress's approval for them to be the entity to build in, the memorial in the national park. So that was justification to not have to do a competitive procurement and to be able to designate them as the sole source procurement contractor. So that is, I believe, quite secure. We do have to renew it annually, which we've been doing now for a number of years without problem. And then as to your question about the permits and stuff, the way we were able to legally do a contract without a set lease, as you've heard Valerie and DeGray describe some of the issues with the lease, to be able to do a state construction contract without the lease, we were able to utilize some expertise from the Attorney General's office to develop a contract where it goes in a task order. So I believe there are 8 tasks, all the way starting with task 1, which as Valerie mentioned is the work plan, budget, and deliverables that has to be, agreed upon, and that was accompanied with a $250,000, $250,000 advance, which was distributed. But to move on to the next task, which include the permitting, all the approvals, the Secretary of the Interior has to approve, and then of course moving into mobilization, construction, and then demobilization. The first task has to be completed before the next task can go. So it was a little bit of a creative solution to a really challenging, situation with trying to do a construction project and contract without the lease being in place. So I hope that begins to explain.
No, you didn't. No, thank you for the answer. And I just asked that to make sure that there wasn't a cloud that wasn't being spoken. You clarified it. It sounds really good. People have worked really hard. It sounds like you folks are looking forward to the project. We just need to get a few I's, cross T's.
Mahalo, Member Cook. Okay, any other questions? Any final remarks from our resource folks, Department of Health? I know DLNR also plays a role, that they needed to finalize the lease with Ka'ohana as well. And it's unfortunate that acting chair had to leave before, but I can follow up to find out what was the stall there. And then, so Department of Health, any closing remarks?
I think Councilmember Cook or Mr. Cook, what you were looking for is an acknowledgement that we believe in this project. And yes, we believe it's an honorable way to, well, it's a wonderful way to honor the challenges and the resilience of the people that went through this situation. It has been challenging to try to meet the terms of making this project work. So I think if you hear hesitancy on our part, it's really, again, just we've had to do a lot of jumping through hoops, maneuvering, workarounds to make this, allow this project to move forward. So that's more our hesitancy. But as far as a project, it's a wonderful project. We know that a lot of work has gone into it. A lot of people are looking forward to it. We would love to see this project move forward as quickly as possible, so long as the terms of what we need to accomplish can be put in place.
Mahalo, Deputy Director Morikawa. Any
Chair,
closing remarks?
Yeah, and somebody mentioned about construction plans, have they been looked at? The DLNR has to approve the construction plans. So does the Secretary of the Interior has to approve the design. And So NPS has gotten the final design from G70, and they made their comments on the final design. And then G70 sent back some responses to them. And right now, we're not sure where things stand because they've had those responses for a while. We haven't heard whether are they okay or are they not, and hopefully we'll hear back from them because the local NPS has to be okay before, because they're going to take it up to the Secretary of the Interior. So hopefully we work really hard, G70 did, on those responses, and I think they're good responses, and hopefully we'll hear back very positively from NPS.
Mahalo, Mr. Vanderbilt, and mahalo, Ms. Monson, for your presentation and for being here today to provide us information on
mahalo
this.
to all of you folks, and mahalo for the great idea of possibly helping with funding. You know, it's always hard for us to come and ask for money, but you know, keep in mind the $5 million, that's just $625 per person per name. So if you give a smaller, you know, it's really not a lot of money to be remembering someone for forever, for their families. And you know, one of the things I think of too is that when those descendants see the name of their ancestor on the wall, when they look at them, their face is going to be reflected in that name. And I think that's going to be a connection that they will never forget. And we think of young people who are, you know, in despair these days. You know, the world's such a difficult place. And if they can see their name of their ancestor with their face showing in the name of their ancestor, and they can think, if my ancestor got through all of their challenges and all of these hardships, I can get through mine. And so we're hoping that the memorial is not just a place to remember and honor all the people of Kalaupapa, but to help their families and descendants heal and to really learn what their ancestors, not only what they went through, but how they overcame. That to me is always the most important story of Kalaupapa, is how they overcame. They accepted and they went on. And, you know, like I said, became some of the greatest people I've ever met.
Mahalo, Ms. Monson. Okay, members, this item was posted for no legislative action. So if there are no objections, we will defer this item. Any objections? No, sir. Mahalo, members. Okay, and we've reached the end of our agenda. Mahalo again to all our resource folks. Yeah, for staying with us all day, Ms. McPherson, all the representatives from Department of Health, Deputy Director Morikawa, and all our resource folks, Ms. Holman, for being with us all day, and our resource folks from the community, Ka'ohana Kalaupapa, and Acting Chair Kanakaole. Okay, I probably missed someone, but mahalo everyone for all your help. I thought it was and Managing Director and Public Affairs Director for being with us and providing us information. I thought this was very productive. I hope you feel that way as well. It is 3:54 p.m. on January 29th, and the KŌMIKE ALOHA ʻāINA is now adjourned.
Good job, Chair.
Hello, Chair.